So, very good morning, friends. How are you all? Fine? Okay. So, I am so happy and proud to be with you on this wonderful day. After the tax audit is over, we are doing this, but tax audit will never be over. So, we come in year after year. So, this is today's sample data notes. You can scan and then use it. Otherwise, you can use this URL so that you can get the entire data. So, today we will be learning something about audit using Excel. So, auditing also you know, Excel also you know. So, how are we trying to do it today? So, today's program. Friends, see, you can see the audience versus that how many people are attracted to technology, like that you can see. But anyway, so I am asking a very simple question to you. Today, a chartered accountant, if he is sitting in an office, suppose 8 hours he is sitting in an office, how many hours he is seeing either a laptop or computer? Almost all 8 hours. So our entire job is maximum greater than definitely 4 hours. So, and I usually ask this question also. Try to be frank and then tell your opinion. So, how many chartered accountants are IT enabled? 100 chartered accountants, let us take out of 100%, how many are IT enabled in your opinion? Give an answer, 0 to 1. Okay, let us forget about it. How many of you are thinking that I am only IT enabled? If you are not IT enabled, you will not come here. That is another point. But the point is, see, today technology is actually encroaching every problem. It's not about embracing, it is about encroaching. So without technology, we cannot even live today. Anyway, so let us enter into our today's program. So I want to insist, I want to emphasize on audit using Excel. So I hope Excel everyone is using, everyone is having. So that's why I am not going to introduce anything new tool. But in that tool, what most we can extract. See, I have given some very simple points only. RPAT APA. What is this RPAT APA? This entire folder, hope you can get this file or folder. You can get it. Just you can scan it. You can get it, or you can type the URL bit.ly/Excel audit. That's it. So it will zoom in for you if you want that. Yeah. Today is like a hands-on session only. Please have your system side by side and do it. That will be better. Because at the end of the session, what you have learned, if you are thinking, what is the takeaway from this class or from this program, you should be able to see. So this is the link bit.ly/Excel audit. Hope you can get it. If you want to scan it, this is the QR code. In the address bar, you can type yes, in the address bar of the browser. In the address bar of the browser, you have to type this bit.ly/Excel audit. Otherwise, we are having the files in a USB drive also. We can give it away. Do you want like that? Yes?
You know Wi-Fi, sir, here?
Wi-Fi is not anyway, you can connect from my phone.
Your phone?
Redmi 12 is there. Redmi Note 12.
Redmi Note 12.
Definitely. Redmi Note 12.
Note 12 Pro.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8.
9 also.
9, 8, smaller days. That's right. Be faster. Right. In the pen drive also, you want to use the yes, sir. It is in the pen drive also if you want to take it. Okay, so hope you are getting this entire folder. Okay, so once I am typing the notes also, whatever the formulas, whatever the things you are doing, that also will be available in the notes. That's a file called notes, so there you can get it. Okay, so before moving to the program, I want to talk about something as RPA to APA. So what is RPA first of all? RPA? Yes, friends? Any idea? RPA, today is a very famous term, right? Yes, friends. Any idea? So RPA stands for Robotic Process Automation. Any process should be automated. That's what today's term mantra you are asking me. I usually tell one timeline. Usually I tell one timeline in the classes wherever I go. Which year you are living your income? Which year you are living? That you would ask yourself. So if you are learning any RDBMS, Access or SQL Server, whatever it is, you are in there 1996. So if you are learning Excel, you are in there 2000. If you are learning any ERP product, then you are in there 2007. If you have learned about BA, what is BA? Business Intelligence. Business Intelligence, dashboarding, data mining, data warehousing, pattern identification, associative learning, something like that. If you are hearing you are in there 2013. And if you are hearing these words, RPA, Tableau Public, Power BI, Power Automate, something like that, Python, R, all these if you are hearing, and the neural network, large language model, natural language processing, like this I am hearing, then you are in there 2020. See, you have to ask yourself which year technologically I am living. Technologically, which year I am living. If you are not updating, friends, I am so sorry for you. As I have told you, our profession is encroached by 80. See, we have already lost our domain. Main domain knowledge of internal control system designing, report designing and all to get engineers. So now we are giving so many things to engineers. So we have to keep our domain area, especially for audit. Anyway, so using Excel, how are you doing the tax audit is our today's program. It is not only about tax audit, let us say audit. Even though we are going to cover some of the points of tax audit also. If you are asking any point also, let us try to discuss. Okay. Open discussion. Right. So as I have told you, RPA to APA. What is RPA? Robotic Process Automation. Anything second time if you are doing, you are anything. Today's life is like this. Anything second time you are doing. First time you do, really wonderful. Second time repeatedly I am doing the same thing. Then you are mission. That is why missions are here. They That is why machines are designed. Okay. Repeatedly, don't do anything. Unless otherwise you are applying your mind. If there is an application of mind, super. Otherwise, give it to machines. Why do you have to give it to machines? Two important factors. Number one is volume. Can you go through 1 lakh records? Can you go through 1 crore records? That is a machine circuit. So voluminous transactions can be easily processed. How you are defining? So that is why number one is volume, number two is accuracy, number three is error prone, error free, number four is boredom. If I am doing for the same work second time, third time, fourth time, I am getting bored. Machine is never getting bored. That's why give it to machine. Right. So robotic process automation is for our clients. But what? First of all, we have to do. First of all, we have to do APA. Audit process automation should be first done. Then only we can think about what? Our clients' processes can be automated. First, we go to automate our own process, audit process. So today's tools are actually really amazing to do the audit process automation. Okay. So for that, what is required? Let us see one by one. Let us quickly see this. Then we will enter into our data and Excel. So use of latest tools first of all. Use of latest tools. See, how many of you have Android people here? Raise your hands. All of you are Android? Yes, sir, please. How many of you are Android? Okay. How many of you are iPhone? iPhone or Android? Maybe you are having. Good. So, what is your Android version? What is your Android version, sir? iOS 18.1. Good, sir. What about you, Mark? Android version? Don't know. Not sure. Okay. Yes. So, Android version is people are using Android version, latest version, right? 14. Whatever it is. See, for eating sabji and playing PUBG, we are updating what? We are updating our Android, right? So, but entire period in our office, we are sitting with the system, but we are not updating. That's the problem, okay? Latest tools, we must use it. And it becomes cheaper and cheaper when you are going from latest. I usually tell to our community that we have to update all the things: hardware, software, and third one is the very, very important thing people are not even taking care of. Okay? Hardware is one side, it is growing. Okay? Software is also growing. But third one is what? Algorithms. These algorithms are also growing. Audit algorithms, latest audit algorithms have you updated. Example I tell you, okay. See, today to identify frauds, we are having Benford M score, Monte C score, Veteras KCF score, Altman C score, Olson O score, Monte C score. 5 important scores are there. How many of them? How many of the charter they have updated themselves? So, same testing, same different testing. RSF, that's his on. She will be telling in the outbound sessions. Okay? So many new algorithms are coming up, so many logics are coming up. Okay? Frauds are growing, algorithms are also growing. So, if you want to learn auditing today, friends, you have to update hardware, update software, update algorithm also. You will be asking, sir, where to learn? Where to find, where to learn? We are having Google, we are having ChatGPT today. So many places that we can learn. Right, anyway, let us discuss about that later. So, use of latest tools. Hardware. Minimum configuration you should have. Minimum configuration, 16 GB RAM. Minimum configuration is 16 GB. 32 GB is okay. 32 GB is okay. And minimum configuration is again i5, maybe 12th generation, i7 is good. So, something like that. Hardware should also be updated. Software should also be updated. Even today, people are using hard disk is very, very wrong. They can see that today they are having SSD and all. So, never use hard disk because 10 times faster. Hard disk is the bottleneck of entire computer speed. Even though you have updated your processor and everything, you are using hard disk. Hard disk is the bottleneck. So, throw away the hard disk and play what? SSD. Hope you are all having the latest systems. So, try to allocate some budget for that. In my opinion, every CA should be allocating 25,000 to 30,000 rupees per system every year. Suppose your office is having 5 systems, 1 lakh rupees allocate. 1 lakh rupees you allocate for upgrading. Okay. So 5 systems you are having, 10 systems you are having 2 lakh rupees allocate. Per system 20,000 rupees, so that in 2 or 3 years you can replace it. Okay. So like that if you are doing, then over a period of 10 years you can see that all the systems are automatically upgraded like that. Okay. Allocate budget for that. Right? Because this is the only thing you have to spend. There is no other thing. Right? So then use of AI. How many of us started using AI? ChatGPT or SIRC, ChatGPT or whatever it is. There are so many tools available. For any particular thing there is an AI. So try to use that AI. If possible, try to go for some trained version so that you can use a better way of doing it. Anyway, so today's life is so easy because of AI, artificial intelligence. Most of the things we can get from that. We are getting a wonderful slave. So you get that job extracted from that. Right. So with this introduction, let us enter into what? Our today's program. So I want to tell something about Excel. I don't know what is your Excel version. Let me try to show you my version. Please see whether your version and my versions are tallying. So go to File and go to Account. Let me try to do that. Go to File, go to Account and see which version you are using. Okay, so this is the version I am using, Microsoft 365, and my version is actually 2411. 2411. How many of you are having at least 2409? Only 1%, 2%, 3, 4, amazing. So Office 365 or Office 2021 or 2019 or something like that. 365, good. So, if you are not having 365, what will happen? You will be asking, sir, is Excel only? I am going to write some formulas. Why are you insisting upon what? Office 365. Can anybody tell Office 365 why you want to get? I mean, I am not a Microsoft agent. Always updating. Month on month it is updating. Month on month it is updating. So, really an interesting thing. This is the highest version of MS Office and cheapest also. It is not that much costly if you are thinking. So, what is the cost of? Because many people may think Office 365 is costly. Maybe costly. So, I am using a family edition, which is about 6,200 rupees per year. Per year 6,200 rupees, but I can share to 5 people. So 1 plus 5 is equal to 6,200, which comes to only 1,100 rupees per year. But that 1,100 I can install in 5 devices. So 6 into 5, 30 devices, 6,200, it costs about 250 rupees. Not only 250, less than 210 or 250. If you go for a movie today, how much you are spending today? Per year, per device, 200 rupees. This is cheaper. Otherwise, use Google Sheets. Otherwise, use what? Google Sheets, which is free. You can go and then do it. But Excel is somewhat better for us. That's why we try to use Excel. Right. So, I usually tell this also. Okay. For example, if you are a CA student or if I am the startup, sir, this is like a multi-level marketing. Why I have to go for 30 people? Okay. Or otherwise, why I have to go for another 5 people like that if you are thinking? There is an unofficial official version available in the internet. Let me try to show it to you, but it is up to you to take the risk. Anyway. So if you are thinking that it is costly or still it is, I don't want to go for unofficially, official I think. See, if I am going for sharp interest, starting from 229 rupees, 268 rupees, 297 rupees, all these are not even family edition. All these are not even family edition, professional edition. All these are official, unofficially official. That's all. So the difference is they will be telling you to use their email ID. That's all. You will be created as a user in their enterprise version and you will be using it. So that the risk is don't use the OneDrive. Put all the files in the local. That is the only thing. Still it is working good. 220 rupees, 5 devices is still okay. So entire lifetime also no update, but every month it is updating also. So that's why it is our what I can say, whether I am trying to update or not, that's all. If I am trying to update, definitely it will be very much useful for me.
You use Office 365.
Yes sir, Office 365 Pro. Office 365 Pro lifetime, like that is no other subscription also. But still it is updating. Still it is official only. It is not pirated. Piracy cannot be done. Piracy cannot be done in Microsoft Office 365. So they are buying some license and they are sharing it to us. That's how it is working. Anyway, so if you want to use your own email ID, Pakka from Microsoft only I want to buy, then you can go for a family edition. It is possible. Okay. 6,200 rupees per 30 devices. Like that. Okay, so let us again come back to Excel friends. Why I am stressing upon this Office 365, Office 365. Okay. You see, are you getting this function? Okay. How many of you are having this function? Please tell me. Equal to 5 over 5. Equal to 5 over 5. How many of you are having? Raise your hands. Let us see. This function is available in my office. Equal to 5 over 5. No? No? What can you do? Okay. So, equal to lambda doesn't come. Equal to lambda. Equal to lambda. Are you getting? No. Lambda should be captured if you are using Office 365. Definitely should come. That means you are not using Office 365. So if you are you getting it? Are you getting it? No. Then how are you saying it is Office 365? Office 365 2409 version is having definitely this function lambda. Okay. So how many of you are having this function at least? Let equal to let. So equal to filter. Equal to filter is that, right? So Office 365, if you are having, definitely will be having what? Lambda. Anyway, friends. So today's Excel is dynamic Excel. Today's Excel is data analytical Excel. Today's Excel is making you to come to 2020. Say, audit process automation, if I want to talk about, friends, we have to upgrade our Excel skills. Without Excel, we cannot live in our audit. I hope you will be understanding. So, maybe afternoon, she will be differing my mind. But anyway, this is another level of updation. She is coming in 2020. I am in 2013 at least. So, try to upgrade yourself. That's what I am asking. Example, I tell you, how many of you are knowing about F4 key in Excel? What is the purpose of using F4 key? F4. When you are typing the formula.
Redo what are the changes?
No. When you are typing the formula, A1, suppose you freezing the cell, F4 key, dollar symbol. Dollar symbol, how many of you are using? Are you using or not? You are using that. If you are using dollar symbol, you are in 2000. You are in the year 2000. You are still in the year 2000. That's what I am saying, because you are not in 2020. We are not even using dollar symbol. Dollar symbol concept is gone. Awake. That's what I am saying. So, get up and awake. Oh my God. Dollar is gone. F4 key is gone. Is it so? Can you get that? That is the problem. So 2019 it happened. 2019, even though dollar symbol is available for backward compatibility, today we are not even using F4 key. Whenever you are pressing F4 key, you think about what? I am in which year? Companies Act 1956. When I come to 2013, okay, new versions have come up, new concepts have come up in Excel. Try to update yourself in Excel. Okay. Still, if you are using old, no problem, it will run. But what is the purpose there? As I have told you, our ultimate aim is what? Anything I should not do, which time? 7th time. If I am doing it for 7th time, I am doing a machine. I am a machine. Okay. Don't be a machine. Try to make the machine to work. Okay, control shift down arrow, right arrow. You are using 2000. You are which year? 2000. Okay. Grow. Control shift L. Control shift L. What is the purpose? Enabling the filter, disabling the filter. You are in year 2000. I am not degrading you. I am not degrading you. I am requesting you to come forward and then learn, be updated in Excel also. What is happening in Excel? Please see. Please join Microsoft blog also. Okay? What is people are talking about Excel? Okay? How Excel is actually evolving to today's requirements. Okay? Like that you think about it. We look up more than 10,000 records. What happens to Excel? Okay? It is getting started. Okay? But think about today's VLOOKUP. There is no VLOOKUP today. We are using only XLOOKUP. So, there are a number of new features that come up in Excel. Let me try to show some of the lights. Today, in one day's class, we cannot learn or we cannot teach everything. At least if I can make interest, if I can kindle the interest, that is enough. Okay. So, see my hand. If I can update, definitely you can update. There is doubt about it. Okay. Right. Right, so I am going to talk about a very important feature of Excel that has come up. You may be asking, sir, what has changed this F4 key? F4 key is there, still it is working, but what has made it to replace it? So they have replaced this dollar with hash. Replace the dollar with what? Hash. In a different way. So they have introduced the concept called dynamic array. Hope you may be knowing about it. So first important feature is dynamic array. So, in this dynamic array, what we can do? Just to give an example I am doing, then we will take a sample data and how we are doing the audit feature and how it is automating the entire audit, let us see here. So, what is the concept of dynamic array first? 2019 plus everybody is having. Otherwise, go to Google Sheets. There also it is available. Okay? So, Google Sheets also using it. Anyway, dynamic array, the concept and see, I am going to introduce some of the new functions which is allocated or which are very much connected to dynamic array. Let me start with a very simple thing, sir. See, suppose I have, let us start like this way. I have 5 years sales. 5 years sales. So, first year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year. 5 years sales I am having. Let us say 1,500 lakhs. 1,600 lakhs. Let us say we are making a projected profitability, okay, something like this. It is not related to tax audit, but see the difference. Okay. So 1,800, 1,900, these are the sales. And suppose I am having some cost, material, labor, power, overheads. Okay. So material cost, let us assume that it is 60%. Power cost, it is 15%. Labor cost, it is maybe 8%. And then maybe we have variable overheads of 5%, something like this. Previously, if I want to make a multiplication here, what will I do? Definitely 8 plus what? F4 key. For example, if this column is frozen, that row is also frozen. Definitely I will be pressing F4 key. I will be typing like this, equal to this number, where I will be freezing what? F4 until 21 becomes dollar. And then multiplied by what? Multiplied by this cell. Again F4, so that B becomes dollar. Okay. So this is what we usually do, freezing the row, freezing the column. Then I will say Ctrl C, copy, and then paste it here. Okay. This is our old model. This is the way we will be working. But today's formulas are entirely different, sir. Today what can we do? Today I can say equal to all the sales multiplied by all the cost. So, no dollar, nothing. No dollar, nothing. What is this blue color border? Have you ever seen a blue color border like this? That is called dynamic array. So this blue color border, if you can create in your system, that is called dynamic array.
Will this be available in all systems, all the Excel?
All Excel, 2019 plus. 2019 plus, this concept is available. Okay. Since 2019, they have introduced this. So, it is automating our processor. I tell you how it is automating. Okay. Automating our.
Microsoft 365 will this be available?
Yes, yes. This is Office 365 only. Definitely, Microsoft 365 is the highest version. Okay. It is the latest version. Month on month, it is getting updated. You can see that I am getting 24/11. I am Microsoft Insider. That's why it is coming as 24/11. I am getting the latest feature beta version also. If you can also be an insider, Office Insider ID, you can also get the beta version. You will be always getting the latest functions also. But recently they have introduced this pivot table, 2409. 2409, we are getting even the pivot table as a function. Amazing things. Pivot table, refresh sir. You have to refresh it, right? That's not required. See the power of today's functions. Anyway, so audit process automation, that is my ultimate goal. Any audit process, let us see some of the audit process. Example, all the cash transactions more than 10,000 rupees, tax audit. Okay. All the cash transactions more than 10,000 rupees. One tally ledger you tell. Next time onwards, any tally client comes, your audit process is automated. Whether it be useful or not, think about it. Every time will you do it for your client? Any particular point. See, for example, ready-made shirt may not be useful for everyone. Okay? For me, it is okay. Some people, ready-made shirt may not be working out. Okay? See, I have given the notes also. Some of the audit tools are wonderfully available. Okay? You need not go for it. For example, 1,000 rupees you are getting, 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees you are having CAT. I have given you a PDF file. I am not advertising anyone. Okay? I am not advertising anyone. Only you have to scratch the head if it is available for cheaper price. Okay? So, I am not advertising any product. You can search it and you can get it. Okay? CAT, E-CAT, T-CAT, so many things are available in the Indian market. So, you can search it and get it. So, but the point is, today's Excel is 100 times better than that product. That's what I am saying. Because every client is different, sir. Every client is different. Ready-made shirt will not help you. Every client is unique. For that client, tax audit is different from another client. So that is why you need a flexible tool like Excel. If you are having a flexible tool like Excel and if you can automate it and program it, that's all. One time for that client if you are doing, next time onwards if that client comes, no problem. Like that, if any client comes with tally also, no problem. Like that we can do, and we can slightly modify. For this client, this report is not required, that report is required. We can easily do it. So that is why I am saying, even today, even though there is a wonderful product, you may be requiring Excel also. Ultimately, people will ask only what? Give me the report in Excel format. Power BI, dashboard, sir. Everything we are doing, but CFOs are asking what? Give me the report in Excel format, sir. So that we can still analyze it. Flexibility is very important. Okay. This blue color border is called array. How this array is referred now? Please. Control shift down arrow, right arrow. I have told you that. We may not use this. If I want to sum up everything, if I want to sum an array, today I am writing like this, okay, equal to, can you see this? If I go inside, I am getting an array. If I come outside, that blue color border is gone. If I have entered anything now here, number 90, I am getting a spill error. A new error has been introduced, spill error. Okay. So that means the data cannot be spilled in this area. And here, in the previous case, somebody has modified this formula, only one formula. When will you verify? The same situation, let me try to do it. Okay. So equal to this one, F4, 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 multiplied by this one, F4, F4. And if I am copying and pasting, it's okay, wonderfully okay, that's okay. but somebody had modified this to 90. When will you? How will you verify? No, nothing is being here.
But to go and check whether the formula is there or not like that.
Okay, that we can verify. Somebody has entered as equal to 16 into 5. How will you do it? Still it is a formula. Friends, whereas, that's correct, the green color is coming as I was saying. But see here, I can ignore the error also. But the point is, what I am saying, in the latest Excel, today I am writing this formula. Now friends, how many formula is calculating this? Only one formula. I need to verify how many formulas? Only one formula. Okay. Formula integrity. Nobody can modify any other cell. Okay. If the first formula is right, every formula is right. First formula, every formula is
For
right.
example, if I delete G23, can I do something?
G23?
I
You cannot delete that. Nobody can delete it also. Nothing is there actually. These cells are called ghost cells. All the other cells are called ghost cells. Okay, there is nothing in that cell. Nothing. I can delete it. Nothing is there. But only the first cell contains the entire part. If I delete the first cell, everything is gone. If I keep the first cell, everything is gone. Okay. So that is why first cell is containing the entire thing. That's why even now I can refer this cell, not a problem. Okay, individually cells can be referred, but if I want to refer an entire array, I can now refer like this. Sum of this entire array, I can do hash. If I put a hash, the entire array is selected. If I close this, I will display. Now friends, I need not even press Ctrl Shift down or right arrow, opening. Don't even bother. So let me introduce you.
On what means hash to close? Hash to close?
Hash means what? From this cell, it is saying to Excel, from this cell, taking that as the first cell, which is our entire array, you select. That's what we are saying. Let me give an example for this.
For example, any stuff in H, you put one again to come. That's what I check. You put to H column.
H column.
No,
No, it will not come because it is not part of the array. Okay, which is part of the array only will be coming, right? Okay. So let us talk about it. We are going to talk about it a lot. So I am going to introduce one array function now. One array function which makes an array sequence. Sequence is a beautiful formula. Beautiful function. I hope you are having this function, right? Equal to sequence. Equal to sequence. Even Google Sheet also is that. Let me show you. I am going to Google Sheets. Is that equal to sequence? Can you see this? Sequence of how many rows? I want 10 rows. If I press enter, I am getting that. So what is the advantage of this? Let me try to show you. If I delete this, everything is gone. Google Sheets is also having. This is a concept which is coming into the electronic spreadsheet. I am not talking about, see, just like sunroof is available in every car, today sequence is available in every electronic spreadsheet. It's a concept. Dynamic array is a concept. A new concept has come into electronic spreadsheet. That's what we try to learn. So let me go to Excel. Am I boring? If I am boring, please tell me. Okay. So I am just entering number 5 here. I usually tell this example because it is very much easy to understand. I am entering just number 5 here. I am saying equal to sequence of equal to sequence of this 5. So automatically it gives me what? 1 to 5. Likewise, I am writing my second formula. I am creating a multiplication table. You see, equal to sequence of 1 row of 5 columns. Okay. If I am entering 1 row of 5 columns, I am entering 5 columns also. That is also an array. This is also an array. Now I am writing this formula. Have you ever written a formula like this? Think about it. Equal to this hash refers the entire array, multiplied by this hash refers the entire array. If I press enter, 5 by 5 multiplication table is over. Now the beauty is, if I want 1 multiplication table, I am getting 1 multiplication table. If I want 1000 multiplication table, that is also there. So 10 lakh records, right? 10 lakh records controlled by a single formula. The entire 10 lakh records How many formulas? One formula. Okay. So that is the formula intelligibility today Excel is having. So if it is for 5, I am taking 5. Let me give you the formula text and all for you. My humble request is today go to your home, sit with the system, what is this dynamic array, how it is working and all. So many videos are available in the internet. I can show you some of the playlists. Humble request, learn, practice, try to utilize. That's what I can say. And you tell to your office staff, auditor assistants, try to make use of effectively utilize Excel. Otherwise, still you are in the old version of Excel. I'm so sorry, friends. That's what I'm taking my life that we have to spread this knowledge to chart accounts. That's why I was set for today's class. Okay, let us do it for chart accounts. Let us spread the knowledge. But people are not coming. What can we do? I think people will be very much happy with their own old Excel. Anyway, right? At least you should be updating yourself. Okay? Right? Just the 3 formulas creating any manipulation tables. Okay? Just the 3 formulas. Today's Excel is entirely different. Right? So how we are going to use this concept in audit? That is our way. Okay? So how are we doing it in audit? So now please open our sample data set.
The sequence is only for the rows or even for the columns?
So sequence of, see, for example, 5 rows, 5 columns we have made. Let me try to create this one. Please see this.
You just make it 6 columns.
Yes, sir.
The difference.
Sequence of, see, there are 4 parameters.
5 rows and 6 columns.
Sir, there are 4 parameters. Sir. Okay. Rows, columns, starting number, step value. I can type a formula like this, sir. Please see.
Yeah,
Sequence of 4 rows of 4 columns, starting by 4, stepping by 4. Can you see this? So such a kind of a wonderful formula. I also tell this particular example. Okay. This particular example I say, you will be getting goosebumps. Oh my God, what is happening in Excel box? Okay. Please see this. You did not type this problem, but try to see how today's Excel is so powerful. Suppose we are having a small text like this, okay, roll number, name, maybe mark 1, mark 2, roll number is 1, name is Giri, mark 1 is 45, 56, roll number is 2, name is Raja, and then 67, 76, roll number 3, some Kumar, and then 65, 45. Some marks are there. Friends, sir. Yes, sir.
You said earlier it was equal and multiplication. What is that formula?
Which one, sir? This.
On the 100 table.
Yes, sir. This is the formula. This is the formula. Can you see this? This array multiplied by that array. Corresponding row into corresponding column is automatically taken. Okay. Corresponding row into corresponding column is automatically taken and calculated. Okay. I will share this file, sir. I have shared this QR code. You can get this file also. As I am saying, you can see that is today's concept. Okay. This notes is already updated. I need not even share it with you. I will give you the point there. Anyway, so suppose you will be asking which unit will enter the data like this. But we are having a PDF file. That PDF file is having a wonderful table. I am trying to copy that table and put it in Excel. How many of you have seen the data like this? Hope you might have seen the data like this. And today we are having Power Query that we are telling about it. So Power Query, we can easily import any PDF file, something like that. But quickly, I want to do, just some table is there, I want to copy and paste, it looks like this. How can I do? So today's problem, today's solution. Today's problem, today's solution. See the formula. Today we are having a function called wrap rows. Equal to wrap these rows into how many columns? 4 columns. That's all. Because the function of if this function. That's what it is. Okay. I am wrapping these rows into 4 columns. Okay. See the formula. How many columns you need? That's what system asks. That's all. Wrap these rows into 4 columns. Today's functions, sir. Today's functions. Then you will be asking, sir, what function are there? can you tell me which are the functions which may be useful for our office? So, I hope you are having this function. Are you having? Wrap rows. How many are having? 2208. From 2208 it is available. How much chance? 1 chance. So, 2208 from the equal to 2010 every month it is getting updated. So, I am saying whenever a new function is coming, immediately I am getting maybe a functionality in my office, getting easy. See, these functions are given only for our purpose. So try to make it separate. This is a very big problem with PDF files. Now we can get it and then wrap these rows and then do it. That's whatever you want to do. Okay, so I will try to list out some of the functions. Do you think that I have mugged up in the morning? No, let's look up something like that. No, right? So please see how many functions we are using on a daily basis in our Office Excel. So I make a list. You please learn, okay, because within 1 o'clock I cannot do this. But anyway, I am going to tell you some of the very important functions. I want you to make a hands-on. Okay, so I hope these functions will be available because it is since 2019 it is there. These functions are 2208. 2208. This நீங்க பண்ணல இதுவே உங்களுக்கு தெரியலனா 2022 நீங்க பண்ணல. So pilot bike தெரியலனா 2409 பண்ணல. So try to update yourself. Live in today's life. Try to update. See, I am spending 10 minutes a day. 10 minutes a day for it. Something like that I will learn. ஏதோ ஒன்று 10 நிமிஷம் டெக்னாலஜி பற்றி படிக்கணும். ஸோ அது கூட படிக்கலைன்னா நம்ம ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்படுவோம் லைஃப்ல. There's no doubt about it. Right. So I'm going to list out some of the functions very useful. Yes, sir.
If there is one row is empty or gap, how it comes in?
Okay. So for example, one of the questions sir is asking. Yes, sir. I will try to insert a row. Automatically it gets affected. That's what you are asking, right? Yes. Automatically everything is getting affected. What I want to do is, I want to remove the blanks. Whatever the blanks are available, let us remove it and then do it. Okay? That's our answer. We can do it. Nothing to worry. I'll write a formula for that. Not a problem. Today it is possible. Don't worry. Any blank I am going to remove and then do what? You see, let me try to write it itself. Definitely you will get it right. So, first of all, I will filter the entire data wherever there is not a blank. That's all. Anyway, I want to introduce this function, that's why I am not telling you, okay. Filter this entire data where the entire data is not even blank. So, let us ask for not of is blank. If it is not a blank only, I want to pay. I think I have missed the roll number from 40. Same 42. E56. So now I have removed the blank. Now I can put the wrappers. Nothing to worry, sir. So I can add the wrappers. So wrap these rows by 4 columns. Still it is removed. Okay. So it doesn't mean that any particular row is there, something like that. Okay, I have shared this files, I have shared this formula to you. Even though there is a blank, anywhere there is a blank, we can remove the blank and then do what? Wrapping it. It's possible. So today's Excel is so powerful, sir. I can't even believe. Right. I make a list of functions, then we will talk about some of the functions. So with the data, how it is working also I will tell you. So today we are having a function called XLOOKUP. First we have seen sequence. XLOOKUP. Okay. Text match. IFS. A new function called IFS system. Max IFS minutes. Then there is something called rand array, text join, then sort by unique, filter XML, forecast.linear, forecast.ets, fantastics. Then let lambda, Satya. Okay, so let lambda scan, map, reduce by row, by column, make correct. Then we are having these functions. Wrap rows, just now we are seeing here. Wrap rows, wrap calls. Then 2 row, 2 column. Fetch stack, B stack, source rows, source calls. Take, drop, expand, text split, text before, text after, array to text. Get test function. Get this month pivot by group by 2 functions. So I have listed some 20 or 30 functions. So I have not looked up in the morning, just like that it is flowing. Okay. Such a kind of fluence it has come to me in the last 4 years. 2019 onwards, new Excel has come up for automating our entire auditing process. So either you learn or you let the people to learn in your office, okay, so that the job becomes easy. So all these functions are exclusively for data processing. Let me tell you why these many functions have been introduced. Because sum, count, then functions. What is the necessity of these many functions? What is the necessity today? So that is the question I want to answer, and then we'll go for the break and then come back. Okay? See, some 5 years before, if you want to have dinner, you will go to the hotel and then get the food. Now what is happening? Hotel is coming to you, right? Today, you are sitting in the place, hotel is coming to you. What is the difference? Previously, before 2017, it was VAT, now it is GST. What is the difference between VAT and GST? VAT is source-based taxation, whereas GST is destination-based taxation. Dinner is source-based destination, dinner before today. Now it is destination-based dinner. Hotel is coming to you. Likewise, previously we were doing source-based reporting. Source-based reporting. Now what are we going to do? Destination-based reporting. See, whenever I want to create a report, I will go to the data and then make a filter. Control-Shift-L. Let me give you an instance. You are having some 10,000 records. Okay, for 2,690 you have asked one question. You made one filter. Suppose you want to apply another filter, what you will do? Remove the old filter and then you want to apply what? A new filter. Another client comes. First filter again apply, second filter again apply. Third client comes. First filter again apply, second filter again apply. Can you understand? Otherwise, you have to copy the data again and then make the filter, make it ready for that report. Now the report is not dynamic. Report is not dynamic. If I change the source data, nothing is changing. That means what? Excel's basic objective is gone when it comes to data. That is why that one restriction or that one disadvantage with the data, now they are removed by using these many functions. Okay? Features are not recalculated, functions are recalculated. Anything you are making in the menu and click a button, that will never be recalculated. For example, insert a pivot table, you have to again refresh. You have to make an again filter. See, you have applied a filter of more than 10,000 rupees. You are adding another 100 records. Whether the filter is automatically applied or you have to reapply. You will reapply. Right? 5 filters I have applied. This sales is greater than 10,000 and then the region is equal to east. Something like that you have asked. Now another 100 records you are adding. What you will do? Remove all the 5 filters. Again apply all the 5 filters. How it is taking that much of time? Can you see that? That is why today they have introduced the functions. All the reports are destination based. You will never come to the source array. That is what I am trying to demonstrate today. So any audit point you tell, let us try to discuss. I have got already some 5 or 6 points. If you are coming in, you are bringing up, let us try to see that much. Let us have a break, friends. Now the time is 7:30. Let us have some break, 15 minutes break. Thank you. So I was introducing some of the functions to you, which are all very new. So we understood the concept first. The concept is dynamic array. Dynamic array related functions, most of the functions are the dynamic array related functions. So let us see how we are getting the data and then how dynamic array is working with the data. See, when it is working with an array, it is entirely different. If it is working with the data also, it is entirely different. Let us try to, first of all, understand how this array can be used for maybe any removing the dollar symbol. Okay. You please enter some numbers. Okay. So if you are having Excel, 1200, 1500, 1800, some 2000, some 3000. Okay. So I have entered some numbers only. You also please enter. And I want to calculate the percentage. Previously, you have done like this. Okay. I will make a total. And if I want to calculate the percentage, what will you do? I will say equal to this number divided by this number. Immediately my hand goes to F40. Okay. So from today onwards, please remember, every time when your hand is going to F40, you are outdated. Okay. So try to think like this. So today, how can we write this formula? Equal to, since I want all these numbers divided by this one number. Now it becomes an array formula. So every formula becomes an array formula. That is the concept. A dynamic array feature is every formula becomes an array formula. Every formula, unlearn Excel and then learn again. Unlearn Excel, learn again. So, for example, let me give you another example. Like this is. So, cost of an asset is 10 lakhs. Life of the asset is, let us say, 10 years. So, this scrap value is 1 lakh. I want to calculate the WDV depreciation for all the 10 years. How I am doing it now is today I can write a formula like this. So equal to sequence of this 10 years. Sequence of this 10 years gives me what? A sequence. Okay. So for the first year, what will be the depreciation? So there is a function exclusively for that. It's an old function, DB. DB stands for declining balance method depreciation. It is already available in Excel. So DB, cost of the asset is asking, let me give the cost of the asset. what is the salvage value, what is the life of the asset, and for which period we want to calculate. This is where previously I want to press like this. Previously, cost is constant. That's why I will press F4. Life is constant. That's why I will press F4. But today, as I have told you, no F4 key. Declining balance of this cost, this salvage value, this life for this period. Now it becomes an array. So everywhere when you are writing an array inside, it becomes an array formula. All the 10 years it is calculated. If I want for only 3 years life, that's for 3 years. If it is for 25 years, I can say 25 years. What is the closing balance? So now we can see that the entire calculation, 24 months EMI will, 24 months only EMI calculate. No copy paste, no control shift down arrow, right arrow, control D. One formula only calculating the entire calculation. See the power. So one formula returning multiple values. Now digest. First we have to digest. Yes, Excel can do. Yes, I can write a formula differently like that. Because it is fundamental change. That's why I can say it's a revolution happened in electronics machine world. Right. So now let us again come back. How it is helpful for data. From a data alone, tally data requested, every audit model, how to do the audit work. So how it helps in data. See, since most of us most of the clients are using tally, let us take tally as an example. It doesn't mean that only tally we can teach here. Any particular data we can do, SQL server or whatever it is, maybe SAP, anything. But since many of us are using what? Tally, let us use tally. See, in tally, friends, we can do a lot of things. For example, if you are having tally in your system, please open tally. I will also open tally. See, okay, let me type tally here. In this system, I am having only educational version. So, let me open the sample data given by tally. Sample data given by tally, I am just entering inside. Now, if I go to control N, what is control N? Just a calculator. Just a calculator. Type any SQL command like this. Please see this. Select asterisk from company. I am just typing what? Select asterisk from company. If I press enter, I am getting this way. Company's entire data. Address, GST number, PAN number, whatever it is. So what is the name of the company? What is the phone number, website, whatever it is. PAN number, everything is available. So select asterisk from company. How many columns are there? Let us see. See, now we are having in tally for company data alone, they are having 406 columns. Can you see this? 406 columns for what is the company data. Okay, so like this, we can get the data directly from tally. I can export also. I can export this as Excel and then we can bring it. That is possible. Okay. Then suppose I am typing this command. Select asterisk from ledger. Select asterisk. Sorry. Select asterisk from ledger. You will be getting all the ledger accounts. Okay. So all the ledger accounts you are getting like this. See, again another 400 columns. So what is the state name, what is the GST number, all the ledger accounts, whether it is a balance sheet item, what is the parent group, what is the primary group. So these are all wonderfully we can get it, but people our own chartered accountants have come up with so many tools. So it is up to us to use that tools. So because this is actually 400 columns, we will go through 400 columns. I want only those columns relevant for audit. For our purpose, what is required, that's what we want. 400 columns if I am giving, that's all okay. Bombardment of data is also not useful. Okay. Those data which are required only, we want to use. Okay. So, if you go to github.com, and if you type tally, you will be getting so many tally numbers. So, one of our Chennai Savarapan, so he's a wonderful person. I think you will be knowing about him or heard about him. So, Ramjay, CA, Ramjay, GST auditor.in, GST auditor.in, given a wonderful free tally connector. So, let me show you that this. Every free, he has given it for free so that we can get the benefits. So, I am giving GST auditor.in. So, any GST JSON file can be uploaded and he is giving an Excel file, no charges, entirely free. And here, click here to download the tally connector. If you click it, it goes to only GitHub. GitHub our page code. Entirely free, you can download the tally connector. It is given the tally, Excel, Power BI, ODBC connector, and steps in connecting the TDL to tally and import the entire data. Okay. So, once you are connecting this tally, you are getting the entire data as what? As ledger and the vouchers. Only two tables. Only two tables relevant for our audit. For the ledger, 15 columns. For the vouchers, we got 36 columns. Amazing thing. So, what is relevant for our audit? He has given. It's very amazing. So, only thing is we have to download that file, put it in tally, that's all. If you want to show it, I can show it. So, for example, you can download this collection. This is a collection.tcp. Only this file only we want. Collection.tcp. This file. This is last year. But you can get the latest one. If you click here, you will be asking your email ID. If you want to give, you can give. Otherwise, you can download this also. Not a problem. So, collection.tcp. This is the only file required for tally connection. So, for example, I have downloaded here, downloads. In my downloads, it is available, collection.tcp. If it is there, then what can you get this here? I go to tally, go to F1 file, TDLs and add-ons. TDLs and add-ons. So, where I have already installed this collection, but you can install the collection like this. Go to TDL and add-on, manage the local TDLs. Manage the local TDLs. What is TDL? Tally definition language, so that we can modify it. So, here I have included this particular collection. How to include? Load the selected TDLs files on startup, yes. So, where you can select any particular TDL, you can enter the entire file name and then your collection will come. If you want to give any help, I can give you. If you want to show it. So, I can help you. If you are raising your hands, I come and help you. Your hand. Yes. So you got the collection.tcp. Okay, very good. So go there, go to tally. Manage the total details. Okay, enter. Now it is asking the file name. Go to that folder, copy that file. No, not that. Right click, properties. Copy it. See users. This folder. Yes, like that. Now it is asking which file. You can say collection. See where. Yes. That's right. Yes. Oh, okay. That's not bad. So, any doubts? Anybody else have it? You got it? Yes. So, once you have got this collection, have you got it first? How? Under. So, have you download this collection that is? Go to tally. Go to your phone. Manage TDLs and add-ons. Manage local TDLs. There you can say yes. Now, go to that folder and copy that folder. It is better to copy from there. Go there. Just the silence. Right-click copy. So right-click properties. Find the folder values. So this is the folder value. So you can paste it down and collection. See what you can. Yes. Enter. Now once you have done this, the next step is enabling the connection. How to get the connection? So after enabling this TDL, so you can escape from that. Again go to your phone. Can you see something called settings and connectivity? Can you see this? I hope you can see it. Go to settings, go to connectivity, and there you have to say this. Already I have enabled the client server. Once I press enter, you will be getting this. All these things will be this. So Tally Prime access both, either client or server, both. And then enable the ODBC, yes. Port number is 9. We are enabling the Tally ODBC so that I can get from anything. I can get from any software. I can connect from any software this Tally. Hope you got it. Any doubts? Yes? Okay. So once I have enabled this, both S9000, I can apply the chain. So since I have already applied the chain, no problem, I am saying no. Okay. So it is already enabled. F1, it should be like this. If you go to F1 and settings, connectivity, it should be enabled as value exists and enabled. So until this particular tally is open, I can get the data from Excel. Suppose you are opening another account, that account will come. So that is really open. So let me show you. So Venkatesh.traders is now open. I am going to Excel. A new file, I am going file new. This has been properly given by Ramjan sir. Everything is given by him. The screenshot, everything is there. You can go step by step. No problem. Easy to understand. Nothing to worry. All these things are given by him. How to connect to Excel through query. So let us try to do it. So this particular concept of query is available since 2016. Since 2016 onwards, Excel is having. So now Excel how to connect PC. Go to data, let me try to zoom it for you. Go to data and then get data from other sources and then ODBC. So now I can connect to any server or anything. Excel is capable of getting the data from anywhere. Okay, from ODBC. Now the system is asking which ODBC. You can see it there. Which ODBC? Definitely Tally ODBC will come. You can see this Tally ODBC. That's all. From Tally ODBC, system will ask which table you want. You see this. Now Venkatesh.traders is coming. Inside the Venkatesh.traders, Tally user is there. Which table you want? System is asking which table. Friends, as I have told you, Tally entire data will occur. Entire data, any particular data, if you know the Tally data structure, you can read it. Okay? But we don't have time. We don't have energy to go through all the data set, all the entire structure and all. That is why one gentleman has already done it and has created two tables. SIRC ledger, detailed SIRC voucher, 7.1. Okay. So these are the two tables he has created. That two tables if you are importing, then the ledger is also coming, vouchers are also coming. Now, if you want to see the company data, as I have told you, select as from company, that company data will be available here. So, company required. If you click the company, you can see all the 400 starting and so carry the entire data, carry but we can do the entire audit from Excel. So we are getting the data from Tally, whatever you want to do, we can do, but one time only. Next time onwards, Venkatesh.traders XYZ also. That is the power of today's Excel. dynamically we are changing. Right. So if you have done this, I am selecting only the first two. SIRC ledger, you can select multiple items also. Select multiple items, ledger and then voucher. Two things I have selected. So once I have selected this, press load. Now the entire data is loaded to Excel. Next is loading the data, 95 rows and then 950 rows. Something given in the system. So I think it is loaded here. And it is loaded. It is loaded to load to the table here. Let me try to load the table to here. So now it is loaded here. In Excel itself it is loaded. Let me try to add another sheet. In this sheet I want this. So right click, load to the table. So once I press OK, I am getting the ledger also, voucher also. So in this the columns are, entire columns he has explained. So we can see this. He has given what are the columns available in this voucher number, master ID and all. We are going to do the audit from this way. So how to get the data? I upload any doubts please tell. From Tally or from any SQL server or any particular data, we can get the data either from ODBC or from direct connection or from even website also, API, so many ways of getting the data. So getting the data once it is being brought into Excel, then only one target. So any doubt friends until now? How to get the data we are saying. Now let us work with the real data. This is a Venkatesh Terrace is only 950 rows. Only 950 rows sample data. Let us forget about it. You can use your own data also if you have Tally data. But now I have given you a sample data. Tally data sample or file. I close this. From now onwards I don't require the Tally or whatever it is. So here we are having this folder. The entire folder. I have already shared it with you. So tax audit folder. See, I want to tell you about various audit points. So these are the audit points available in various software products. If you go through today's audit products, all these I have taken from our own Indian audit products. Our features are the company name. I have not given the company name, but what are the reports they are giving? So that's what I am taking. Audit report, reports audit tools. So data accounts with credit balances, creditors accounts with debit balances, something like that. They are all the exceptional cases they will tell. Cash payments above 10,000, cash receipt above 2 lakhs. If I can get the same reports using Excel, then why should I go for this audit tool? If I can do all the reports in Excel only one time for every client, so that next time onwards, every client it is running, why should I go for an audit tool? So that is the functionality. All the audit points I have listed, audit point number 1, 2, 3, all pages will come. Our report ready to one day. If you are sitting for one day, you can easily develop all these tools. All the reports. Excel olunga therina podum, alaga report ready to flexible, anytime you can modify also. Anybody report. Because this report once you are paying, you cannot get it modified for your own way. So that's right. It is better to use an Excel. That's what I am saying. If it is free, why are you spending? That's the point. See another point again. These are the tools available. GST registration Benford law. I think the DEEPHIKA will be telling RSF, relative size factor. Really amazing. So all these things we can do it in Excel. All reports we can do it in Excel. Let me show you some of the reports. And I am also in the process of developing one software application. In the case that Excel application, giving for free for all the software. Why should everyone should pay if it can be done in Excel? So let us get one data of Tally, and then for all the reports we can develop. But still, a template can be created, but for your purpose you have to modify. Anyway, this is again another features. All these features are available in the audit tools today. So getting the data from Tally, import the data from Tally. So that's what they are saying. That's what already been done by Ramdev, and we are getting the data. Okay. So anyway, you can see this like cash payment above rupees 10,000, cash receipt above rupees 2 lakhs, accounts which may be hit by section 269 ST. So all these are available. Negative cash balance any day it was available. I want to find. So all these things today Excel can do in a wonderful way. Let us try to do it. Right. So these are all sections I have mentioned. Right. So this is one ECAT as a tool available, and I have given the entire tax audit notes, guidance note also, our own institute's notes. And this is which year? Today we are having which year? Today is an election year. Since it is an election year, everybody in the election are sharing some Excel template. Okay. Tax audit templates are available. All contestants won't do them. We can use it. Okay. So that we will do. Right? Let us try to open this Tally data sample. Please open this Tally data sample. If you open this file, you will be getting some real life data with so much of blank space. With that we will work. This is a data. Okay, this is Tally data of how many lines. There are some 1016 ledger accounts, and the voucher is some 43,910 real data. Let me close other files. This file I close. Okay. So in Tally data, if it is like this, what can we do? Friends, first thing, whenever you are getting the data like this, convert to a table. Convert to a table. That is the basic functionality. How many of you know about table features of Excel? Table features of Excel. If I am pressing Ctrl T, it becomes what? A table. Okay. It becomes a table. Automatically, you will be getting one menu item, table design. Okay. So if I go to table design, you can see the name of the table is table 2. Let me give the name as voucher. So you also try to do it. Okay. So I am giving the name of the table as voucher. Okay. So like that, I am doing for ledger also. Let us make the name as ledger. Ledger is actually having opening balance, closing balance only. Voucher is having entire transaction data. If you want to do anything with opening balance, closing balance, you can use it in ledger. If you want the entire data transaction, then you can go for definitely to the vouchers. So that means what? In the ledger, you will be definitely having opening balance, closing balances. And in voucher, you will be having transaction data. And in the very important column is that, like, is deemed positive. Deemed positive means what? Assets are deemed to be positive, voucher expenses are also deemed to be positive. So, for positive, negative balance check for useful. Okay, that's the reason. And then whether cash flow is there, and then another one column is very important. Okay. Here actually converted the negative positive into data amount to credit amount. Ramdev converted data amount to data, credit amount to credit amount, so that we can easily get the two columns, data column, credit column. Otherwise, minus numbers are debits and positive numbers are credits according to Tally. So minus negative is, if you want negative at all, it is also available as an amount. But you can made as data amount, credit amount, so that you can get both the amounts. And then you can see whether it has bank entry. Some of the columns can either any alteration. Ledger is revenue. If you are saying this is revenue, by this what can we do? I am having a column called is revenue. If it is revenue, create a account. If it is not revenue, balance sheet. Okay. One particular column is helping us to do it what? Which is balance sheet, which is profit. Okay. So the entire data of Tally is now available in Excel, and whenever they are making any entry, here what you have to do? Data refresh. That's all. One time only they are doing. Next time onwards, data refresh. The Tally should be open. Once it is being brought inside, then Tally can be disconnected. No problem. Okay, so shall we move on? Check. If in the data, what are we going to do? That is the point. I have given you so many functions. Okay? First function enna. Please go to a new sheet. I have told you before going for the break, every manage in Excel, source-based reporting. From the source-based reporting, now we are moving towards destination-based reporting. Zomato. We are in the Zomato world. Please see. Please go to a new sheet. Please go to a new sheet. In the new sheet, you type this formula. Equal to, please see. Equal to ledger. If I am typing ledger, I have given the name as what? Ledger voucher. So if I am typing equal to ledger, and if I press enter, what happens? This happens. If I press enter, what happens? Entire ledger is coming as a dynamic array. Can you now connect dynamic array with what? Table. Whenever that table is updated, here what happens? This table is also. Yes, sir. Name of the table. I have given the name of the table now. This is this. So I have gone to the table. This is the table, ledger table. Here I have given the name as ledger. Table design, give the name as ledger. So the entire table is named as what? Ledger. So whenever I am calling ledger, it will come entire data. So, but stored in how many cells? One cell. That is the difference. Okay? In one cell only it is happening. Entire data, அங்க இருக்குது, அதோட காப்பி இங்க இருக்கு. நீங்க அங்க மாத்தினா இங்க மாற போகுது because it is an Excel formula. It is not Excel feature. Features are not recalculated. Functions are recalculated. Formulas are recalculated. Whenever it is changing, here also it is changing. Now, the main disadvantage with the data, with the Excel, is now removed. So, anything in the button, now they have brought in as a formula. Example, I will tell you, என்னென்ன primary group இருக்குன்னு தெரியும் சார். என்னென்ன primary group இருக்குன்னு தெரியும் வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். We are doing this formula. I am going to teach you today 5 formulas. The 5 formulas are the entire audit. Please note down these functions. Okay? Because only these functions only I am going to talk about. Okay? First function is unique. First function is unique. Unique function has thrown away this button. மேல இருக்கிற பட்டனுக்குள்ள இப்ப function வந்துச்சு அவ்வளவுதான். மேல இருக்கிற பட்டனுக்கு functions. Please see this. Unique has removed this one. If you go to data and this button is removed, remove duplicates. In the remove duplicates button remove பண்ணிட்டு இப்போ என்ன கொடுத்துட்டாங்க? Equal to unique. Equal to unique. ரெண்டாவது function filter. So control shift L தேவையில்லை. Control shift L க்கு பதிலா filterங்கிற ஒரு function. மேல போய் பட்டன் என்ன அமுக்கிட்டு இருந்தீங்கன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க. ரெண்டாயிரத்துல இருக்கு சரிங்களா? இந்த பட்டன்லாம் மாறுதுங்க. All these buttons. For these buttons we are having what? Functions today. சரிங்களா? So these 3 buttons filter, clear, reapply, advanced. இவ்வளோ buttonsக்கு சேர்த்து என்ன function? One function is this filter. Then comes sort. These 3 buttons. Instead of these 3 buttons, today we are having what? Sort as a function. So sort, filter, unique. Sort, filter, unique. சரிங்களா? இது கூட 2 function. H stack. H stack. Horizontally stacking the array. Horizontally stacking the array. Another function வந்து choose columns. என்னென்ன columns உங்களுக்கு வேணும்? Choose columns. So choose columns and then H stack, filter, unique, sort. இந்த 5 function வச்சுட்டு நீங்க எல்லாமே பார்ப்போம். சரிங்களா? Cash transaction more than 1 lakh, cash transaction less than 10,000. இது மட்டும் தான் வேணும், அது மட்டும் தான் வேணும். என்ன வேணும்? Let us try to do it. Then you will get the idea. Oh my God, today's Excel is amazing. Any particular audit we can do. Any particular question, mind என்ன கேள்வி வருதோ அதை அப்படியே எழுத வேண்டியதான். ஒரு தடவை எழுதி வச்சா எல்லா கிளைண்ட்டும் முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. So that's what I am saying. Audit process automation. That is my ultimate goal. Let us try to do it. So I will never come to this sheet again. I will never come to this sheet again. இது வந்து இதுக்கு source data மட்டும்தான். I will never come to here. Anything I want, I will get it from wherever I want, destination. So destination based reporting மாறிடுச்சு சார். இன்னும் அங்க போய் கண்ட்ரோல் ஷிஃப்ட் எல்லாம் கிட்ட போய் ஃபில்டர் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. So now let us try to write these formulas, then you will understand. Our first function is unique. Okay. Let us go to a new sheet. In the sheet lab, I am going to type only this function. Remove this. Okay. Let us remove this. This is the 2 hours I example. Yes. Hope you got it. Shall we move on? So, how I am writing this formula? Equal to unique. Unique of what again? Unique of what? Unique of ledger table. Ledger table. Whenever you are using square bracket, all the columns will be listed. And need not even remember the column names. Square bracket means what? In Excel, square bracket means table field. Table field. In the ledger table, I want which column? I want primary group. Okay. I want primary group to be remove duplicates. So we can go to that place, press tab. I need not even type the names. So ledger square bracket மட்டும் enable பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா you will be getting all the columns. I am going for primary group. Close this square bracket. Close this unique. If I press enter, all the primary groups are there. என்னென்ன primary group லாம் இருக்கோ it becomes an array. எதுனாலும் array தான். First cell மட்டும் தான் இருக்கு. First cell refers everything. If I delete the first cell, everything is gone. If I control this, it comes. Okay. Made out friends. இப்போ பாருங்க ஒவ்வொரு அக்கௌண்ட்டுக்கும் this is all the primary group, right? For this primary group, இது எங்க இருக்கும்? லெட்ஜர்ல இருந்து இருக்கும். ஆனா நான் என்ன பண்ண போறேன்? எத்தனை voucher entries இருக்கு? How many entries are there? First question. I have told you every formula becomes what? Every formula becomes an array formula. இப்போ நம்ம ஏற்கனவே இந்த unique வந்து புது function. But நம்ம ஏற்கனவே இது count if. That is also what now becomes array. Every formula becomes an array. So I want to find out how many times in the voucher primary group this primary group comes. Okay. Then the entries are there. Let us try to find. Okay. So equal to see. ஆம்லியன் சார் ஒரு பிளான் எழுதி அவருக்கு கொடுத்துருக்காருன்னா அதுல இருந்து நம்ம என்னெல்லாம் எடுக்கலாம்னு பார்த்தோம்னா இட்ஸ் லைக் ஓஷன். இட்ஸ் லைக் ஓஷன். So let us make the count. Indirect expenses மொத்தம் எவ்வளவு vouchers count இருக்கு? Okay, ஒரே ஃபார்முலா தான். இது வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஃபார்முலா. Let me give the formula for you. Sorry. So see formula text லே ஒரு ஃபங்க்ஷன் கொடுத்தாங்க. ஃபார்முலா காமிக்கிறதுக்கு. So this is the formula I have done it. Unique of ledger primary group. Let us make a count now. So equal to count if. So count if is asking what? Where is your range? Where is your criteria? Where is your range? Where is your criteria? Usually we give the range and press F4 key. And then criteria we can give only one criteria. Now since it becomes an array formula, range is also an array, criteria is also an array. In the array so that's why I am saying unlearn Excel and then learn Excel. Every formula is an array formula. அப்படி புரியுது. array formula தான் array formula கிடையாது. நான் கொடுத்தது தான் array formula கிடையாது. எல்லா ஃபார்முலாவும் நீங்க array formula. All these formulas are array formulas only. So every formula you try if condition க்கு array formula போடலாமா? Yes. sum க்கு போடலாமா? Yes. So every formula becomes an array formula. Concept வந்து it is an revolution ஆயிடுச்சு. அந்த அளவுக்கு ஆயிருக்கு. So count if of what I want to count in the vouchers. In the voucher, how many times primary group comes there? Even if you type primary, it will come. So I think it should come. Primary not something. So primary na அடிக்கிறேன். ஆனா primaryங்கிற நேம் இருக்குல்ல சரிங்களா? ledger primary group தான் இருக்கு. அதோட நேம். Even then it comes. Primary and சரியா வருது. So in the voucher primary group, how many times this array comes? Now it becomes an array form. So in the ledger primary group, and the array refer பண்றது the hash. So that array first is only yes sir.
Features in Excel already.
Yes sir. Which version of Excel are you using?
2019.
19 only. 19 not definitely. Equal to filter only.
Unique important.
Unique only.
ledger
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಓಲ್ಡ್ this is old. ஸ்டூடெண்ட் அது லேப்டாப்ல அவங்க வந்து கொடுக்கணுங்கிறதுக்காக ஒரு ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஒரு பர்சன் கொடுத்துருப்பாங்க. ஸோ தட்ஸ் வை மை ஹம்பிள் ரிக்வெஸ்ட் இஸ் அப்டேட் யுவர் எக்ஸல். அப்டேட் யுவர் எக்ஸல். சி ஈவன் ஆஃபீஸ் லிஸ்ட்ல இல்லாட்டா 2021 எக்ஸலாக 2021 எக்ஸலாக வந்துச்சுன்னா ஓரளவுக்கு பண்ண முடியும். ப்ளீஸ் அப்டேட் 2019 5 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்ன சாஃப்ட்வேர்ஸ் how can you do it? So anyway, my humble request, please update. Check counting form in this ledger primary group. How many times this ledger comes? That's us. So see the formula. One third every is the point. Next time on the system will do. So this is the formula. Once I save this, it will be available in your system also. Okay. Count the form in the voucher ledger primary group. How many times? In the voucher, how many times is ledger amount is coming? So like that I have now counted. So if it comes for 0, that means what? In the ledger it is available, but there is no entries. Okay. Can you understand? Another question. If question get a ledger report ready. Report is already ready. Next time another 100 accounts comes, you need not even bother. Print out now. There can be any report can be printed out. Okay. So now we have learned about one function called what? Unique. Unique function we have learned. So all the ledger names you want, whatever the ledger names, okay, we can do like this: equal to unique of ledger table names. We are typing name and getting the name. Ledger table name. All the ledger names are coming. Since the names I have understood, okay, I have made it as anonymous. So ACC 12, some ACC 1015. All the account names are coming. Okay. As an array, again as an array. So all these are simple element formulas which is giving you 1015 rows. Another one is 100 rows. Another one is 200 rows. Whatever it is. I don't even bother about how many rows are there. If I want to know really how many rows, I can do what? Equal to rows. Rows is a old function. How many rows are there? How many rows are there? Still it is accepting an array inside. Okay? Inside the rows, I can say how many rows are there? How many rows are there? So everything using a formula. Now we are trying to get the results. Whatever the way we want. Right? Check. Now, unique is a function. This unique function will do what? All the duplicates are removed. All the duplicates are removed. In other words, it is doing this function, this property. So, in a way, the function will click on. Don't use the feature, try to use the function. So, all the anomalies, all the problems are removed, and now we are given the function. Okay. So, any doubts? Shall we move on? Now comes how can you remove the duplicates of multi-columns? So, I am going to teach you how to select the multi-column array. How to use the multi-column arrays. What is multi-column array? I don't want to say, for example, I want to know primary group and parent. That's the unique for Excel. Primary group and parent. And primary group tanya padaache, but primary group or set parent is set problem. Example, let me tell you. Whatever we are doing in Excel by using this button should be replaced by a feature function. Then only we can answer. Okay. So please go to Excel and then go to the table. Please go to this table, ledger table, and select these two columns: primary group, parent. Then select பண்ணிக்கங்க. Manually செஞ்சு பார்ப்போம். அப்புறம் அந்த ஃபங்க்ஷனை செஞ்சு பார்த்தா உங்களுக்கு புரிஞ்சிடும். Okay. So I am selecting primary group and parent. Control C. Both the columns I have copied. Let us go to a new sheet and paste these two. இப்போ ரெண்டு காலத்துல என்ன இருக்கு? Ledger, that is primary group and parents are available. Let us go to click this button. This button says what? If I am clicking this button, it says what do you want to remove? So whether you want to delete the duplicate values of both the columns or a single column or this column. Okay. So now I am selecting both the columns. Both the columns. columns. Primary group and parent, I want to remove the duplicates. If I press OK, I am getting 911 duplicate values are found and removed, and 104 unique values are remaining. So, if I press OK, I am getting the indirect expenses. Inside the indirect expenses, what are the items? So, like that, sundry creditors. Inside the sundry creditors, we have creditors for others, creditors for transportation, something like that. I want this. So, if I am getting from the unique function only this, then only I can throw away that button. Okay. So, how can we get the multi-column? So, now we are learning how to create a basic multi-column arrays. So, the multi-column array is useful at the moment. What is it? So, how it is so beautiful? So, please go to a new sheet. Please go to a new sheet. And then type like this. So, equal to ledger table primary group. Once you start typing primary, it will come. Okay. Primary group. This is one array. Okay. Can you see this? This is actually one array. This is the formula array. And what about another array? Primary group, parent. So let us see the parent also get ledger parent. So parent is also coming as an array. So this is one array, this is one array. Okay, hope you can see this. This is a blue color array, this is a blue color border. This is one array. Once we have learned that, it becomes very simple for us to do anything. So let me give you this question. How to create a multi-column array? How to create a multi-column array? There are three ways to do it. How to create a multi-columns array? There are three ways to do it. How to do it? Let me show you. First one is, if the columns are together. If the columns are together, use normal range formula. For example, please see here, this is one array, this is another array, but these columns are together. So then I can write this formula equal to this hash, select the entire array, colon this hash. So in the array, so if there two arrays, here it became two arrays, but now both the arrays are put together, it becomes a single array of two columns. Any doubts? So how to create a multi-column array if it is a columns are together? So this is unique put and now another duplicate. So if I am putting unique for this, unique of this array will give you what? Multi-column array. Okay, that's all. So now I am getting both of them are there, sundry creditors, creditors for others, sundry creditors, creditors for transportation. Whatever we have got in the previous one, I am getting. So this is how we can get the unique of multi-column arrays. This is the formula. Any doubts? Please do it, friends. So I might try to do it. So this is the formula that I have done. Unique of. I could have written like this also. I could have written. This is the primary group, this is the parent. Primary group is the parent. If the columns are together, for example in ledger, if the columns are together, since the columns are together, I could have written this formula straight away, but equal to unique of ledger primary group colon ledger parent. So primary group to parent, whatever may be the columns, remove duplicates. I have to close this bracket. So this formula will give you what? Unique of primary group and parent. Unique of primary group and parent. So both of them are in a single array. Any doubts? Hope you are getting it, friends. Any doubts, please ask. So how to create a multi-column? Suppose if the columns are in a different place. Understand? For example, I want the name of the account and opening balance, closing balance. Name of the account in some place, opening balance some place, closing balance some place. I want to make it as an array. So how to create a multi-column array when the columns are apart, when the columns are not together. So if the columns are together, we can do like this. Number 2. If the columns are not together. This is the basic then we can do for everything. If the columns are not together. If the columns are not together, use expand. If you know the headers, column headers. So we can use such stack. Horizontally stack the arrays. Horizontally stack the arrays. If you know much stack, already you are knowing also what? We stack. Vertically also you can stack the array. Horizontally also you can stack the array. Let us horizontally stack the array like this. Equal to H stack of butyl, because now we are in Zomato mode. Now we are in what? Zomato mode. For example, ledger. In the ledger, I want primary group. Okay. So I want the primary group. And then I want the ledger names. So ledger names. And then I want the opening balance. Ledger opening balance. So opening balance. And then ledger closing balance. Columns can be anywhere. But all these 4 columns put together only I want to report. That's what you are writing. And ledger closing balance. That's okay. Once you are getting this, friends, it becomes an array. So this is the primary group and then account name, opening balance, closing balance. So, any doubts, please ask. This is the formula I have used for it. So now we have learned a new function called HStack. One function. Unique HStack. Horizontal stack of all the arrays you can give. So table is also an array, table column is also an array. How you are referring, everything is an array. So whenever the data is updated, automatically here also it will be updated. Adutha oru client ku edhume pannavanda tally open பண்ணி data refresh. Reports are updated, whatever the reports. Windows. 5 functions. 5 functions. Please learn. So unique HStack and the function. Suppose if the columns are together, not together, but I don't know the headers. I know only the column index. And about the first column, third column, second column, 8th column, 9th column. How do you want to choose columns? That is why we are having the function called what? Choose the columns. Which columns you want? So if you know the index, choose columns. If you know the headers, HStack. So let me give the third option. If the columns are not together, but we know the column index, then we go there. So the same place I type the formula. So this is the first option. If the columns are together, we can do this. If the columns are not together, and if you know the headers, if you don't know the headers, for example, either of them no report. Either headers will be headers either first column, second column, first column, third column. You see. So that is why we can do what? If the columns are not together, let me give the number 3 here. So if the columns are not together, but we know only column index, then what to do? Equal to choose columns. Choose the columns. Which columns you want? Choose columns and definitely choose rows will also be there. Which rows you want also you can give. So choose columns of ledger. Choose columns of ledger. I want first column, fourth column, seventh column, then second column, then ninth column. Anything you want to give. So if you know the column index, then you are ready. Suppose you want to get the headers, because I'm really a model, sir. Entire data is actually without header. So how to get the headers also? How to get the headers? But other than headers, I'm not necessary. For example, let me give you this one I have given. So equal to ledger photo, equal to ledger. So ledger table only is coming, not the headers. How to get the headers? Equal to same ledger, square bracket. If you put hash, all if you want you can get it. Data, you want to get it. Headers also you want to get it. So hash put the headers put in, all the headers will also come. That is also an array. This is an array, this is an array. Table header marking and game. So if you are changing the table headers, here also it will change. So that is why dynamically you are referring everything. So this is the headers formula. I will share this file with you. You please go through today. Then only you will understand. So ledger headers. If I want the headers, I can get the headers. For example, here I want to put the headers also. Okay. I want the headers. We can copy the formula. Entire formula we can copy. So entire formula I am copying. And here I am changing F2, paste it, but change only ledger headers. So in the headers also I am getting only these columns. So the headers also you get. Name, opening balance, this revenue, primary, master rate. Let me show you the formula. So this is the formula for this. So yellow color cell, yellow color formula. Let me give some color code. So for this formula, you are getting this. In the ledger table, I want one first column, fourth column, seventh column, second column, ninth column. Anything. If you give the column numbers, choose columns. If you want to give the headers, you use adjust tag. Let us give some green color. Green color formula, green color cell. Another one will be blue color formula, blue color cell. So that you can see which cell is giving you which one. So if the columns are together, if the columns are not together, even then the columns are not together, but we know the column index, then how to do it. So we have learned only 3 functions now: unique, choose columns, and then what? Adjust. The moon just in order, like Zomato, you are adding from any place. Another sheet and then the legend data it gives you the data. It is like querying. It is like querying the SQL server. We are keeping the data tag. I am not even touching the data again. Whenever the data is updated, the entire reports are updated. Okay. So we already learned about 3 important functions. So time now. Okay. So I want to talk about what? Filter and sort. First function is sort. Because sort is a very simple function. I want to sort it also. Here I want to sort it. I want to sort the primary group. How will you sort the primary group? I can write the formula like this, right? Sort is a function. 4 parameters are required. I will tell about this function sort. 4 parameters. First parameter is array to be sorted. Second parameter is sorting column index. Which column you want to sort? Third one. But before that, let me tell you, this is an optional parameter. Optional. If it is optional, then what is default? By default, the value is 1. By default, 1. Okay. So then comes the third parameter, sort order. So this is also optional. If it is optional, then what is default? By default, it is 1. By default, this is also 1. But 1 means ascending order, minus 1 means descending order. Okay. Then comes 4th. 4th parameter is by column whether you want to sort. So this is also optional, and by default it is false. we don't use column-wise sorting. We usually use what? Row-wise sorting only. So forget about it. Fourth column, forget about it. By default, it is false only. Don't worry about it. So, as you can see, only first column is compulsory. First parameter only is compulsory. All the other parameters are optional. For example, I can write a formula like this. Say we are having Raja, Ramesh, Kumar, Arun, I can easily sort it like this. Equal to sort the entire data. That's all. One parameter is enough. If I press enter, Arun comes first. If I change this Arun to Ramesh to Balaji, what happens? Balaji comes. So the advantage is what? Previously what you would do? You have to sort it again. Go to sort, go to sort. Whenever the data is changing, you have to sort it again. Now, that's a wonderful function called equal to sort. That's all. So, try to understand about the parameters. Let us write this function. Okay. So, please enter like this, friends. Number 1, number 1. So, let us say column number is 1. R is also 1. Now, write this formula. Equal to sort. What I want to sort? Entire ledger. Sort the ledger according to this column number and this order. If you are using like this, see the beauty. I have created one formula, sort the entire ledger according to column number 1, ascending order. If I press enter, it is according to first column, ascending order. If I say descending order, -1, see the beauty. Entry in that order. So, if I want it in ascending order, it is in ascending order. If I want for second column, yes, second column is back coding comes first. If I want third column, yes, primary comes first. So, such a kind of a dynamism coming to formula. So, sort is the next function we are learning. So, for the sort function, this is the formula, try it yourself. Then we will work with the real data. So, our data like you font formula text color sort the ledger according to column number according to index. Whether you want the ascending order or descending order, accordingly it comes. Closing balance, descending order. What a beautiful. Entire ledger account closing balance descending order என்ன எதனா highest account எடுத்து என்ன பண்ணலாம் ஆட் பண்ணலாம். So everything becomes what? Audit point. So closing balance is descending order, audit point. If there are ledger accounts, transactions, if there are highest transaction, make it as a descending order. So descending order, how simple it is. So all these are dynamic, automatic. One time you do it, top 10 items, top 10 transactions, every time it will come. Report is ready. So that is the point. So any doubts? Shall we go on? So for example, sort in the function. People are multi-column sorting. We will look at multi-column sorting. For example, primary group, I am having 3 levels there. Primary group, parent, ledger account name. First I want to arrange by primary group, then I want to arrange by parent, then I want to arrange by name of the ledger. How will you do it? So we have learned one column unique, multi-column unique. One column sorted, multi-column sorted. One condition filter, multiple condition filter. Entire audit is over. 5 functions I have had. So today's takeaway. What is today's takeaway for you? What is today's takeaway for you from this class? 5 functions you have learned. So and there is 5 functions. What are those 5 functions? Filter, sort, unique, extract, choose class. Even though I have mentioned about 30 plus functions, these 5 functions are the takeaway. With that, we can do the entire APA, audit process automation. Okay. Right. How to make the multi-column sorting, I will tell you. See friends, I will tell you, introduce the concept of array. I have introduced the concept of array. Please enter this formula. I am going to a new sheet again, or sheet 1. I will enter this. Let us go for a new sheet, because every time it comes a new sheet, you can see it. So, there are 3 brackets. There are 3 brackets in Excel. What are the brackets? Ordinary bracket, square bracket, curly brace. Can you see that? 3 vagana brackets on our keyboard. All the 3 brackets are used in Excel. Previously, you might have used only this bracket. Today, we have learned about this bracket also in the table how we can use it. This bracket is for array bracket. So, this is the calculation. It is used in function names and it is used as board mass, bracket, order, division, multiplication, addition, subtraction rule. So, bracket we try to do it. Now, square bracket is used for tables and fields. Table fields are referred by square bracket. Not only that, we are using the square bracket for optional parameters in functions. Optional parameters in functions. Please see this. So please see here. If I am typing equal to left is a function. If I open the bracket, can you see something called what? Square bracket. So this is optional parameter. This is what I am mentioning here. So square bracket is still used in Excel in many places. That's what I am saying. Curly braces for arrays. In arrays, comma means, let us say, take this way. Comma means column. Semicolon means row. Semicolon, row. Don't worry about it, just enter the formula equal to a curly brace 1, 2, 3. If I press enter, you can see it in multiple columns. So now it becomes an array formula, blue color. So blue color recreate. So we can create it by 1, 2, 3. Curly brace of 1, 2, 3 will create what? Sequence of 3 also. Let us say, same thing I want it as a row. Curly brace of 1, semicolon, 2, semicolon, 3. Now it gives us what? Like this. So, this is the formula to get the semicolon. Okay. So, try to see this. For example, if I have selected this, I have given you an example, right? Somewhere I have given right. Arrays are the anyway, let me try to put it here itself. So I have told you 1000, some 2000, some 3000. I have made it as an array. How to make it as an array? Equal to all these cells. That's how it becomes a blue color part. Because the blue color part will be very. If you select this thing, now you can see that the system automatically uses semicolon. Internally, how it is treating? Internally, it is treating as an array. Okay. So, all these are arrays. Arrays can be referred by curly brace. How to make the multi-column sorting? That's the next step. Let us try to do it. So, I am going to write a single formula equal to unique of. We have already seen this formula. That's right. Unique of stack of ledger primary group. Ledger primary group, comma, ledger parent, comma, ledger name. So, all the 3 things I have made as an array and removed the duplicates. Now, once I press enter, I am getting what? Indirect expenses, labor charges, cases in the own repair. Okay, all the 3 columns now we have made. This is the formula if you want. See, amazing functions are coming. Unique of abstract. If I use the sort, I want to sort by primary group. Inside the primary group, parent, inside the parent account name. How I am doing it this year. Sort this entire array. This array is how many columns? 3 columns. If I am giving only 1, 1, what will happen? First column, ascending order. Okay. First column, ascending order is coming. But I want what? That's why I am giving it as an array. This is array plus no array. I am saying that this should be arranged by first column, then second column, then third column. A curly brace. When I am using a curly brace, start by which column? First column, second column, third column. All these things. So once I am giving this friends, it is actually starting by this is also first column, then by second column, then by third column. And this is how it comes. Any doubts, please ask. I think overdose. Is it overdose? Okay, so many things to learn becomes what? It's becoming overdose. But anyway, SATA, only 5 functions we are learning. But this is a very, very important option. Multi-column sorting. How to do that? So how to make a multi-column sorting? So the array, first column I want, second column I want, third column I want. All of them are in ascending order. Suppose I want first column in ascending order, third column in descending order, then comes first column. How to do it? That also we can do. First by ascending order, then by this one, then by this one. But ascending order, descending order, ascending order. This is okay. So I want to sort this array. I want to sort this array. First by which column? Second column or first column. Okay. That also we can do like this, right? I want to arrange by first column first, then third column, then comes second column. Okay. Then I want to arrange by first column in ascending order, second column in descending order, then the third column in ascending order. So anyway you can sort. That means whatever this button does, data sort to button report. Any column, any order, that can be done by this function. Which column you want first, that can be made. Okay. This is what it is doing. But if I am pressing enter, I am getting this. Anyway, let me try to show you. This is the button which does this. So consider data sort. This button is doing this. First I want first column, add a level. Then I want third column, add a level. Then I want another column. So like that we are doing. And first one is A to Z. Second one is largest to smallest. Third one is smallest to largest. Ascending order, descending order, ascending order. We can do it. But this is not dynamic. That is the problem. This is a button, wonderful button. That's okay. But when data is updated, when even one row is added, you have to again do that. You have to again go there, click the button, again click OK. But this one time you are writing the formula, next time onwards, any client. That's the point. So, in difference. Yes, please ask. You have. So, sort is a function which can sort by any column, any order. Any column, any order. You can take any array, you can specify which column and you can specify which order also. Sort. Okay, so the last function I want to release filter. Filter is again a wonderful function which is the entire audit functionality. Please see. And entire control shift exceptional data we want to do it. This is the ultimatum of our today's program. I want to get all the exceptional reports, whatever it is, greater than cash payment 10,000. Cash payment greater than 10,000 I want. In the cash account is there any journal entry possible? So you can see that in Tally we are having all the journal types. Receipt, payment, is cash, contract, journal, sales, cash shares. So, affect cash whatever the reports you want, you write down. And next time onwards system will do. Okay, so let us learn about the filter. I am going to tell about the filter. Whether it is the right time to tell, I don't know. Anyway, So I'm giving this introduction, then if it requires, we'll do it. Maybe I'll be getting some loan from DEEPHIKA, and then once we have covered these 5 functions, I will give the mic to that. Okay. Sorry. So filter is an amazing function. This is giving you the entire audit feature. Okay. Filter. This is the ultimatum. Okay. So what is the claim? All these buttons are thrown away, and this one function is given. Okay. And if you are equal to filter minus bar, you want simple. Filter is an array. Filter is an array. And only 3 parameters. The function is a simple function, but so powerful. Okay. So how many parameters? 3 parameters. What is the first parameter? Array to be filtered. Either Puriyam, that's okay. But what about the second parameter? This is where we have to give the more attention. So include. Second parameter is include. Include is also an array. That they have not mentioned. Please remember, it is also an array with the same number of rows. It's a very, very important. Okay. Same number of rows or columns, not under, okay, or columns having only true or false as the values. So include is also an array which is containing same number of rows or same number of columns with the values of either true or false only. Let me do a demo, then you will understand. Third parameter is if empty, and that parameter is optional. You can omit also. By default, optional definitely there will be a default. By default it is nil. By default nil. So let us give an example. So I will be creating in this example, small example for you. You also try to type this example and then use it. Okay. So forget about our tally data and all. I will be creating a very simple data and then doing it. So please type this data. So roll number, name, mark 1. Roll number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 persons. And names are A, B, C, D, E. Just the 6 names. And marks are some random marks. Marks I have entered. Now please type like this. Same number of rows. Same number of rows. And same number of columns. You put true or false. True, false, true, false, true, false. You fill up with same number of rows. You fill up with same number of columns also. True, false. Okay, so this is the starting point. We have now understood that this is the array, this is include. So this is the first parameter, this is the second parameter. Same number of rows or same number of columns with the value of either true or false only. This is the expectation of the filter function. Filter function is expecting first parameter should be an array, second parameter should also be an array, having either same number of rows or same number of columns with the values of only what? True or false only. Okay. Now let us write this formula. So let me write this formula equal to filter. Equal to filter. What I want to filter? I want to filter this array. By what? Include what? Include only wherever there is true. How simple it is. Include all the true. That's all. Wherever there is true, this coming. If I change it to false, what will happen, sir? That's false. If I change this also false, what happens? This happens. If I change this also false, what happens? It becomes an empty. Since I have not mentioned anything if empty, it gives an error. If I say false, since everything is false, it gives an error. I don't want an error, then what can I do? That is where we are using the third parameter, if empty. If empty, what to do? I want to say no data. Okay, if empty, what to do? No data. Now we say no data, no error. Okay. So this is the formula, perfect formula for filter. Filter the array where you always read like this. Filter the array where this particular array is false. Okay, this is same number of rows. Same number of rows. If I put one true, now that true is become. So if I say another true, that true is also. If I say another true, that is also. Suppose I am typing Giri. Since Giri is not true or false, it gives an error. So this particular expectation is only what? You can give only true or false. Can I omit it? If you omit, that will be treated as false. It can be blank. If it is a blank, it should be
false.
Yes, sir.
If I want false,
Okay, I want only false. Wonderful question. Give a good hand. So, what he is expecting is exceptional report. Sir, and true or not? What I want? I want only false. See. I will write the formula equal to not true. Not true only I want. Any doubts, first? Okay. So, true or the one, not true or the one. Yes. Or otherwise, write like this also. Okay. Or otherwise, so please see this. All these formulas equal to false only. This is also. Anyway, you can keep it. All these are false only. All these are true only. True only equal to true or only equal to false only. Otherwise, not of true. Not of true is always false. Not of false is always true. That's how we learn. Anyway, so hope you have got it, friends. So can I give 5 rows? Can I give 7 rows? Let me show you there. Even if you give everything as true, will it come? So for example, sorry, if you put the answer around the answer, filter of this array. I want everything. Can I give comma true? Single true, will it give? No. Can I give more than that? I know rows are true, sir. I am giving more than required. First 6 I will run the answer. Did it take first 6? Why it is going for the last one? No, it will not have accepted. So now can you understand what is the second parameter? Second parameter is also an array. How that parameter is there? Here also this parameter. There it is 10,000 records. Here also it should be 10,000 records. And you should be having only true or false. True is now false is now. So in other words, you have to create an array in such a way that it is having all the trues or false. Hope you can understand. Now let me go for the second one. This one, the columns. So equal to filter. Filter this array where only true columns are. Only these columns only. So wherever there is true, it comes. This we can use it when choose stars. We never do this. We will be very much concerned about only this area, not that area. Because we don't want to filter by columns, we want to filter only by rows. So let us go for table. Any closing balance more than 1 lakh I want. Any closing balance greater than 1 lakh we want. Let us write this one. All the ledger accounts greater than 1 lakh closing balance. Transaction more than 10,000, something like that. Please see the formula, friends. Equal to 10 equal to 5. If I press enter, what happens? False. So it is false. 10 is not equal to 5. This itself is a formula. This is a wonderful formula. Equal to 10 equal to 5, I am verifying. If I am pressing enter, I am getting false. If I am saying whether 10 is greater than 5, definitely it is greater than 5. That's why the formula will be true. Now, the same thing I am writing for an array formula. I am writing for every formula becomes what? Keep in mind. Every formula becomes an array formula. I am writing like this, equal to ledger. Let us enter the number 10,000 here. 10,000 and above I want. 10,000 and above I want. See friends, if I want all the balances greater than 10,000, mind you, according to tally, minus means what? Debit. Positive means credit. Either debit or credit I want. Either debit or credit. Then what to do? We can make it as absolute. We can make it as absolute and then verify. That we can do. But as of now, greater than 10,000 equal to ledger. Ledger closing balance. Whenever the ledger closing balance is greater than 10,000, I want. If I press enter, what will happen? One value greater than 10, it was verified and given as true or false. If I am giving this side array, every row will be verified. That many trues or false will come. Hope you can understand. 1,000 records, 1,000 false. Yes,
For
sir.
example, ஒரு record statement மாதிரி அது மாதிரி எக்ஸாம்பிள் காமிச்சிட்டு அடுத்த சப்ஷீட்ல இது அப்படியே ரிப்போர்ட்டா
That's what I am doing, boss.
பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு செட்னா ஒரு 100 டிரான்சாக்ஷன்ஸ் இருக்கும்.
அது வந்து
ஃபுல்லா ட்ராக் பண்ணிட்டு அதுலேருந்து ஒரு 10,000 மேலே இருக்கும். சே 10 to 20 அது வந்து தனியாக எக்ஸல் ஷீட்ல பேஸ் பண்ற மாதிரி இருக்கும்.
Waste பண்ணாத. That's what they are doing, boss. Please see. Please see. Suppose it is more than 10 lakh, 1 lakh. More than 1 lakh closing balance for the advance. That's what you are asking, right? Please see.
More than 1 lakh closing balance is list. For example, it will be serial number, name, PAN number, or
history.
all the details. With that I want. It is separate subsheet.
That's what boss I'm writing. Please see this thing. Equal to filter. Filter what? Filter all the ledgers. Filter all the ledgers where ledger closing balance is greater than 1 lakh. You wanted this list, right? That's what it is. The report is ready. Which column you want? Which column you want? That column only we can get. That's what I'm saying. Choose columns. That's stack. Another column and another column. Data and Zomato order. We will never go to the source data again. Sitting from anywhere, we are getting whatever they want. So this is the concept. Even if you want 2 lakhs and above, let us see 2 lakhs and above. That's all. Ready. Audit. Suppose I want to know how many records. How many records are more than 2 lakhs? Find the how many rows are here. How many rows are there in this? 65 records are more than 2 lakhs. Report is ready. Now I keep having data. Data refresh holding now. The data of the reports are automated. Hope I have answered your questions. This is the formula. So this is the formula you get as sir was asking. Whatever the report, you get the question, you get the answer. Mind the enna question vardo, adha way eludavadina thale. Filter the ledger where ledger closing balance is greater than 10 lakh, 1 lakh, 5 lakh, anything. So you give the number here, 3 lakhs not ever. More than 10 lakhs.
Basically, it will cover a full transaction.
Ella transaction. Please see, ledger itself is what? How many records? It is about 1,015 records. Next time, if it is added, you need not even bother because table is automatically expanding. Table feature of Excel. That is table feature of Excel. So you please make it as a table and then make it as an array. So table becomes an array automatically. Wonderful question, sir. Really nice. So this is the formula that we filter. So filter the ledger, very important function. Filter the ledger where closing balance is more than 10 lakh. Article records are there. இது வந்து அதுல எனக்கு எது மட்டும் வேணும் பேங்க் ஓடினா மட்டும் தான். So அதெல்லாம் அடுத்த question. So whether lunch is ready, sir?
Sir, ready, sir.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
So can you go for the lunch and then compare the name?
Yes.
Sure. So shall we go for lunch? Go for the break and then come back. I hope to cover only one thing now. What is it? Multi conditions. So one condition was now. Now I want multiple conditions. Cash account more than 10 lakhs. That's what so we will learn. So thank you for making me friends. Go for the lunch and then. So let us make a small recap and then we will continue. So as I told you in the morning, so please update your Excel so that we can make use of the audit process automation (APA). And we are seeing about very important 5 new functions of Excel, which is about unique, source calls, and then extract, sort, ultimately filter. Only 5 functions. So filter only half of the filter we have seen. What about the balance filter? Let me show you. Then our program will be over. Let us go for 1 or 2 reports. 2 or 3 reports let us create. As he was asking, let us create the 3 reports and then how to make use of the table slicer thing, how to do it and all, I will slowly explain. So, first of all, multi-column unique we have seen, multi-column sort we have seen, multi-condition filter. So, with that we will close. Multiple conditions, how will I apply? Example, I want to see cash accounts where the credit amount of the voucher is more than maybe 10,000. More than 10,000 we should report, right? Cash payments more than 10,000 we will report. Let us try to get that. So for that, I am now understanding what is this voucher data. So this is our voucher data. Let me try to keep it nearby. So this is voucher data. In the vouchers, let me see, somewhere can I find the cash? So, okay, voucher type.
Okay.
Enter type, ledger name. Ledger name is our name. Okay. So, ledger parent. In the ledger parent, do we have cash? So, cash in hand is there. So, in the ledger parent, so try to understand in Tally, it is primary group is the heading, and then parent is the subheading, then ledger name. Only 3 layers. So, now I am going to take the parent, not the primary group. Primary group is cash in hand. For example, here also we will be having cash. So if I am selecting cash in hand, now here also I am having cash in hand. So the entry will be anything. So any parent, because I have changed the name of the account to account 1, account 2. So that means this ACC 00137 is the cash in hand. Let us not forget, let us not see this. But I want to see the parent. If the parent is equal to cash in hand and the credit amount is more than 10,000, I want to. So let us try to see. First of all, let us remove the filter. This filter is not even useful. So, let me come to this place. Okay, this is a chocolate question. I am having a dairy milk. Let us see who is going to get this pen. Are you ready? Yes? Sir, no? Yes. Yes. Okay. Suppose I am typing Giri, whether it is text or number. Sorry, it is not chocolate or something. Whether it is text or number. Definitely text. How are you saying text? Alphabet characters are there. Sir is correctly saying left aligned. If it is left aligned, it is text. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number. Because it is right aligned. So in Excel, everything right aligned is what? Number. Left aligned is text. Is there any doubt? Okay. Suppose I am typing 17, 10, 20, 24. What is it?
Date.
Even though it is a date, still it is only a number because it is right aligned. So what is the number if I want to see what to do? I can say Control C, Control V and then convert this to a number. It is a number only, but shown as what? Date. Can you see that it is in the number area? In the number area, I am converting to general. Now I can see 45,582. So even though it is showing as a date, internally it is keeping as what? Number. So Excel can understand text and number. Okay. Then the third one I am giving this. Suppose now the time is 14:06. Whether it is text or number, that is also a number because it is right time. How I am saying right time? If I say 0.5, 0.625, 0.75, and if I try to convert to time, then you can understand. Okay? So suppose if I am pasting this, and that is also coming under number only. It is a number format. If I am going for time, you can see it is 12 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. 0.5 means half day is gone. 0.75 means 0.75% of the day is gone. So that's why it is 6 o'clock in the afternoon. So any particular number, even though if I am saying 0.685 something, it is giving me as a time. So time is also a number, date is also a number is also a number, text is text. Any doubt up to this? I want to make you to confuse. So as we know, this is left aligned, this is right aligned, text is left aligned, numbers are right aligned. What about this one? Text or number. Deepika is saying, for Deepika there is no chocolate. Anyway, whether it's a number or text. Whether it is a number or text. So let me give the answer. Okay? Because the next question is the chocolate question. This is not the chocolate question. So here it is only a number. Excel can understand either text or number only. If I am writing this formula equal to true plus true, it gives me number 2. That means what is it actually? 1. Okay. So according to Excel, true is equal to 1. Okay. So keep this in mind and how to make the multiple conditions. This is what I want to do here. So according to Boolean algebra, what is this Boolean algebra and all? Let me try to explain. According to Boolean algebra, multiplication means and, multiplication means and, plus means or, addition means or. Let me give an example, then you will understand. 1 into 1 into 1 into 1 into 1 into 1, 1. 1 into 1 into 1 into 1 into 1 into 0, 0. When all the conditions are true, the result becomes true. When at least one condition becomes false, the result is false. That is nothing but and. So even though you are using and condition, the Excel will do only what? Multiply. Okay? So 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0, 0. 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 1, 1. When all the conditions are false, the result is false. When at least one condition becomes true, the result becomes true. So instead of OR condition, I can do what? Add. Instead of AND condition, I can do what? Multiply. Why we go to do this? I will tell you. Because now I want to find out cash in hand in parent name, cash in hand in parent name, and credit amount is greater than 10,000. AND condition. Parent should be cash and 2 filters I want to apply. Okay. Let us try to do it. Please hear how can play. Because here one include only allowed. One include. That include is a true or false only. I cannot have 2 columns. I can have only single column true or false, or multi-column, multi-column true or false. Same number of rows or same number of columns, not more than 1. Let me give this 1. So, please see this. First condition is cash in hand. Let me type the cash in hand. Second condition is greater than 10,000. Okay, let us enter the 10,000 here. I want any credit amount greater than 10,000 amount here. Now I am writing this formula. First formula is equal to ledger parent. If the ledger parent is equal to cash in hand. Not ledger, voucher. Okay, because we are going to see it in the voucher, not the ledger. So voucher, in the voucher, if the parent name, ledger parent, if it is equal to cash in hand only I want. So this is now, wherever that is true, that means what? Those entries are cash entries. Okay. Now I want the next condition. This is the condition if you want. Let me try to put it here. So this is the formula I have entered. Afternoon session is really very hard. Anyway, so again 2 to 3 is Radhaganam, 3 to 4 is Yamanda. After 4 it will be free. Anyway, so you can see this. Voucher parent name is cash in. Parent name is cash in hand only I want. So all the cash in hands are true. If I want only cash entry, I can give this condition. But I want 10,000 above also. So that is why I am giving the next condition. Equal to voucher credit amount. Okay. Credit amount is also greater than or equal to allowed or not. Income tax, whether it is allowed or not, equal to. Greater than 10,000 only is disallowed. Okay? Equal to 10,000 I can give. I think so. So greater than 10,000 I want here. Let us press enter. Now this is also coming as true. When both the conditions are true only I want. So this is one array, this is another array, but I want a single array of true or false. So this is the problem now we are having. So let me give the condition here. This is the second formula. Okay. voucher credit amount greater than D4. That is what here we are having. This is one array, this is one array. Friends, are you here now? This is the climax. I want multiple conditions to be applied. Can I use AND here? Every formula becomes an array formula, so you have told, okay. Can I use AND here? AND of this array, comma this array. If I give what level? If I give what level is, when all the conditions are true, only the result will come as a true. It will not come as 10,000 records of, not 10,000, 43,000 records of true and false. If I press enter, single true or false only it comes. Because it is actually verifying all the conditions whether true or false. All the conditions will never be true. That is why it will be written in false. But I want only that 43 line items, true or false. When both the conditions are true, only I want true. This formula is correct. What I am going to write is correct. Equal to if this array, if it is equal to true, then I am verifying the next question. If this is also true, that only I want. So if this is true, then that is also true, then let me return true. Otherwise, I want to return only false. So if the first condition itself is false, then we use the false. Hope you can understand this formula. If I press enter, now it is okay. When both the conditions are true, only the result will come as true. Okay? That is good. But who will write this kind of formulas? And if I am adding another condition, there are two conditions are complicated. For two conditions it is so complicated. If I am adding another condition, fourth condition, second condition or third condition and so complicated. Okay? So even though this formula is right, I am not going to use it. Okay? So instead of that, this is where we are using the Boolean algebra. When true into true is equal to what? True is 1, another true is 1. True into true becomes what? 1. False into false, 0. False into true, 0. True into false, 0. So if I am multiplying that, please see this. So equal to this condition multiplied by this condition gives me the answer. Wherever there is 1, that only it is required. Hope you can understand. Okay? So that means, please note down somewhere, in the case of filter, AND means multiplication, OR means addition. I will also type here. So AND means multiplication, OR means addition. So this is the place, not that. I think it is the 10th sheet. So in the 10th, 9th sheet, okay, in the 9th sheet, which is talking about the filter function, I will be writing here for multiple conditions. So for multiple conditions, use the Boolean algebra. What is Boolean? Boolean means binary concept, so Boolean algebra. So where AND means multiplication, OR means addition. So let us try to write a formula now with our filter. So now I am writing this formula in a new sheet. Please here, cash in hand, voucher amount, credit amount greater than 0. Credit amount greater than 10,000. 10,000 and above. So let us write this formula. Single formula I am writing. Parent is equal to cash in hand, voucher amount is greater than 10,000. Please see this. Now is the chapter question coming. Please watch. Filter. Filter this array. Which array? Voucher. Entire vouchers. Filter the voucher. Where? Why I am using a red color bracket? This is a question. You can give the answer. Voucher. Where? Voucher parent. Voucher parent. Ledger parent is equal to cash in hand. Multiplied by voucher credit amount. Voucher credit amount is greater than or equal to, let us say greater than or equal to 10,000. Okay. So once I am closing this, if I press enter, only cash in hand is coming, all the payments only coming. Can you see this? Credit amount only we are taking, cash amount, credit amount only we are taking, so automatically payment comes. So all these vouchers are, let me give the headers. So voucher headers only I want. So voucher cash headers is the formula. Once I am getting all the headers are coming, voucher number, voucher type, date. So date column, let us make it as date. So date, payment or narration, everything comes. Credit amount is equal to 48,245. All these are cash in hand only. You can see that parent name is cash in hand and credit amount is greater than 10,000 only has come. So let us see how many records. If I want to know how many records, as I have told you, rows is the function. How many rows are there in this array? Now I can get 553 items are more than greater than 10,000 out of 40,000 vouchers. So this is a formula. Now I am going to edit this formula. I am asking, what if this red color bracket is omitted, or what is the purpose of this red color bracket? If you are giving the answer, let us give a shot. Why are we using this red color bracket? If I am omitting this bracket, what will
that is the board master would have a C3 classified multiplied by the voucher that gets done, and it will become kind of bad.
Give a good hand, that's all. He is the winner. So, then we give the chapter. Super, sir. So, according to the board mass rule, what is board mass? Bracket, order, division, multiplication will be first done. Then only addition, subtraction will be happening. So, if I am omitting this, C3, what is my C3? Maybe cash in hand. Multiplied by this credit amount, this entire formula will be wrong. Okay. So that is why I am telling to Excel, first do this problem, then do this problem, then multiply. Okay. So that is a very, very important thing to be noted in our mind. That's all. Entire filtration. Any number of conditions, 5 conditions you want to apply. All the exceptional reports we are writing like this. All the exceptional reports. One time we write, that's all for the all the reports. Okay. Exceptional reports, report 1, report 2, report 3, report 5, like that, any logic, whatever may be the logic, you have to create a formula in such a way that that formula should return a true or false. That's all. So one single true or false, if you can create a formula, any particular report can be created from the table. Okay. Yes, sir.
How you calling one table? Yes, you have 2 tables and
Anything, 2 tables. Okay. 2 tables also.
I had 2 tables can be filtered. It's possible to filter within tables.
Within tables. Within tables only we are filtering.
Inside the table, one that's the table.
Which table, sir?
Table with the first sheet.
First sheet is there. Yes, there is a table. That is a tally data. That's that. So that is the tally data that we are going to quote the data. Okay, this is the data. What do you want to do?
No, basically I want to upload another data here. That means I can delete it. How do you upload the result?
For the next company. Next company, right? So you open tally and refresh data refresh. Because it is only connected to tally. Using tally connector ODBC. Okay, so it is open. What is ODBC? ODBC stands for Open Database Connectivity. So this particular data is already connected to tally. Once you close the tally, the link is cut, but still the data is available, still the connection is available. Next time you open tally and you open another company's account, but if you go to data refresh, all the reports will be refreshed data only. Okay, so if I don't want that refreshing, I want to finalize, then there is one button. I will show you the button. So if you go to data, if you go to the table data, if you go to table design, you can see that there is one button called unlink bar. So here we are having one button disabled, unlink. So this unlink will do what? Cut the relationship between ODBC and this one. Okay. So by this way we can finalize. If this is a final account, I don't want to refresh, we can unlink that table. But still you can save this file as a new file. That is for old client, this file is for new client. Another file, update the file not put together. Formula will be the same, only the connection will be changing. Okay. So still having any doubt, friends? Please ask. So how to make the OR condition? Instead of multiplication, you put what? Plus. That's all. If you put a plus, OR condition, we put an asterisk, and condition. Not condition, not is a function, not. So and or not can also be done. Any particular condition we can apply. So if you want to ask any question, let me try to answer. Example, I will make all the Sunday entries I want. Sundays. All the Sundays, how many entries are made? By Sunday entries. Let us try to make it. Okay. So how to make this? All the Sundays. First of all, you do like this. Okay. So please go to a new sheet, type this formula. Equal to voucher, and then there is my date. So this is my date. Okay. So all the dates are coming here. Okay. All the voucher dates in that order. In that order we are getting. Okay. So let us make this as a starting. So that I am getting all the dates. Okay. I can put the voucher key so that we can see side by side what is it. Okay. So voucher key. Key is the thing Ramdev sir has made as some unique key. So this is journal number, journal 325-009. This is the key and this is the date. I want to find out which are the dates are Sundays, Sunday entries. So how to get the date? How to get the day name? It is very simple. I can say equal to text. I want to convert this into text. Once I am putting hash, it becomes an array formula. I want according to M. If I am putting 4 M's, it is month. If I am putting 4 D's, it is day. So I think I am using double name. Anyway, let us see. So it is giving me as what? Telegram. So double S. So I have given 4 times DDD. It is giving. Suppose if I am giving 3 times DD, then it will give me what? Belly, Sunday, Friday. So like that we can get. So I want only Sundays. I want only the Sundays. So we can try to get what is this Sunday.
How is an average can be chosen?
Because my system itself is Tamil language. I am using only Tamil here. You can make it right. File, properties, options. You can have Tamil is the main language. So everything will be Tamil. I have made everything as Tamil, but others cannot understand. That's why I have not made it. For example, if you go to here, can you see I usually do it in Tamil only. So if we are not using Tamil, then how they will bring so many Tamil? That's why I use my OS itself is Tamil only. Anti-OS is Tamil. Okay, Windows OS is Tamil. So like that. Any language can be used. Right. So anyway, so I want to get only Nyayu here. So Nyayu I can type it. For example, I want this particular keyboard. I want this keyboard. Wherever it comes as Nyayu, that's what I want here. Now let's see. So all these Sunday only I want. Let us try to get it. So now I can write a formula whether this is equal to Sunday. So can you see this entire array, if it is equal to Sunday only. So I want to create a formula in such a way that it returns only what? True or false. Once you have created true or false, then we can get all the options. So entire thing I want to put in a single formula. Please see. Okay. So I will be writing this formula equal to filter. Sorry, I think it is typing in Tamil. Okay, so equal to filter. Filter this entire vouchers. Where voucher. I can give this itself. Okay. Where this days is equal to this Nyayu. Okay, that's all. So now once I press enter, only Sunday entries you are seeing. So likewise, any condition you can think of, you can create a formula to make it as a true or false. That true or false, you can create an exceptional report. Okay. So greater than 10,000 or whatever it is. Now I am going to show you how can we use the latest function pivot by. So pivot by is a beautiful function equal to pivot by latest one. Pivot by is having 11 parameters. This is the lengthiest formula, lengthiest function in Excel. 11 parameters. row field, column field, value, function, field letter, row total depth, row sort order, column total depth, column sort order, filter the array related to. Totally 11 parameters. My humble request. This is the ultimatum. So, it is the example review. So, entire type I can write in a simple formula, right? Entire data. For example, pivot by, let us say, primary group wise, I want to see the total debit amount and credit amount. Let's see. So, pivot by, maybe let us say, primary group wise. For that, group wise, not pivot by. Pivot by is only when we need the column. Group by is just make a total. So, group by, I want to group by what? Which is my row field. Row field is voucher table. Voucher table primary group. Okay. Voucher table primary group. So all the primary group, I want to get the values. What values I want to do? Axis tag. Two values. Debit amount and credit amount. That's why two columns. So axis tag of C function and the anti function. What are those 5 functions? Axis tag, choose calls, sort, filter, unique. These 5 functions we will be regularly using. Axis tag of ledger, sorry, not ledger, voucher. So voucher table, debit amount, and then voucher table, credit amount. So only these two I want. So I want to group the entire primary group according to this one. Once I press enter, okay, what do you want to? I want to make that sum, right? So sum percentage of average, so many features, now they have brought in. So sum only I want. If I press enter, that's it. If I want the headers, it will be like this. This is the total debit amount, total credit amount. And if I want the headers also, let us see, I want the field headers, yes, yes and show. I want the field headers also, okay. There is a field header. Field data has headers. Yes, and show. Since I have given it is not coming. Okay, let us put the fiber by address. Fiber by this, and then let us add one column, is revenue. So let us say is revenue only I want. Is revenue, not revenue, both of them let us see. So whether it is revenue. So ledger is revenue wise I want. So let us say come on. Here I can omit this. So values is extract. So at this stack of voucher amount, debit amount, credit amount, I want only the sum. If I press enter, I am getting. If it is revenue, what is the debit balance, credit balance? If it is not a revenue, what is the debit balance, credit balance? Okay, direct expenses, revenue. That's a 1-1. If it is not revenue, all these things are coming. It's like a thing here. I want the entire headers. So we can say I want the entire headers. Field headers are yes. Still it is coming. Total vehicles. Okay. So this debit amount is credit amount. Yes. Okay. Then headers are not coming. We can give the headers if we want to ourselves. So this is debit amount, this is credit amount. Customer is debit, customer is credit. Suppose I want count also. A sum also I want, count also I want. Just that. Just that of sum, comma, count. So now this is sum, this is count, sum, count, like that. How many debited days? What is the total? Like that. How many credited days? What is the total? Like that comes. So entire audit we can do by this one function, that's total. It is the total of our total balance sheet, total P&L account I am saying. Okay, so I am going to close my session with the slicer. How to make use of the slicer and then do it. So here in the voucher, I want to insert a slicer. Can go to table design and click the slicers. So I can have this slicer for what? I can have this slicer for primary group, ledger name, parent. What can I see this? So 3 slicers are come. So now I can do what? First I will keep the primary, then I will keep the parent, then I can keep the ledger. If I want cash in hand, then which are the accounts are there. So if I want bank holding, so what are the bank holding accounts? Which are the bank holding accounts? Suppose I want this one, I want to print the report also. Report also dynamically. If I click on current assets, in the current assets, prepaid tax, what are the entries I want? So dynamically I want to see the ledger. How will you? That is our primary goal. So I want to find out. See, can you see this? The entire data is actually filtered because of this. You can easily filter like this. So these 3 slices, if I am keeping somewhere, I can see any ledger. But I want the transaction by my formula. How am I doing it? Please here only one thing I have to do. See, one formula will help you. This I have put in my YouTube channel also. If I put bank holding, then I want to find out whether this bank holding is there. We need to add only one column. What is that column? That column is whether I want to show it or not. So include. Just to put include or show or whatever it is. This formula I wrote there. What is the formula? I want to verify whether this particular row is available or not. When I am filtering whether it is available or not. Let me show you. Equal to the formula is count A. Count A will count what? Whether it is available or not. Whether it is available. Count A of what? Count A of current row. Count A of current row. What stands for current row? I did not even say at. I can say count A of this. Any row I can say. Any particular cell you can see. I have given key. Because key will be definitely there. That is why first column I am selecting. If I press enter, include is 1. Include is 1. One time it comes. One time it comes. But if I filter, what will happen? Still count A will count. But subtotal will filter and then count. That's why here I should not use count A. I should have used subtotal. Subtotal is a function which can, after the filter only, to make the total. Hope you can understand. Yes. So subtotal, count A. Inside the subtotal, count A is selected. That's all. So if I press enter, I am getting this way. Now, I will be using this include. I will show you. I will show you the new numbers. Please see this. I will get all these slicers. Let me minimize this. All these slicers, I will cut it. I cut it. Okay. Let me come to a place where I am pasting. Let me see the equal to voucher include column. If I say voucher include column, the entire include column will come, right? Now you can see everything is 1. As of now, everything is 1. If I click bank holding, what happens? Can you see? Only if it is available, it will come as 1. Otherwise, it will not come. So, if I have selected cash in hand only will come as 1. Otherwise, it is 0. So, with this simple feature, I can do the entire article. Whatever column and active. Which column? Subtotal include. Subtotal count A if you are using, then I can write a formula. I want all the entries of this equal to voucher. That's all. If I click bank only only was. If I remove this, we will be seeing the entire. Okay. If I am selecting deposit assets, Come. No, I want to do only one. Filter only one. Here voucher is giving you all the data. Filter the voucher. I have forgotten. Filter the voucher where voucher include is equal to 1 or greater than 1, greater than 0. Voucher include is greater than 0 only. So now we are getting the entire data, but if I click PAN body, only the PAN body. So include is greater than 0 only, we are getting. Can you see this? Cash in hand only comes to it. So primary group wise I can do, or that particular account only one. This account what are the entries? Any entry I can see. Okay, dynamically we are seeing the ledger entries. So only one thing we have to add is one column here, which I want to whether include or not. If you are doing it, then we can easily filter. This is the formula. Can you share? You already shared this file. You can go. So ultimately, let us come to this session closure where I want the audit process to be automated by using latest Excel with 5 functions. Okay. So the key takeaway is filter, sort, unique, adjusted, choose cars. That's it. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity, and let us meet it maybe on another place. Thank you. So any doubts also you can ask if you want. Yes. Use that. I will try to tell or I will show you my group so that you can also learn. And better way of learning is what? Teaching, right? Sharing. You try to start sharing to your office, to your clients. Okay, in your client's office you go and talk about it. Right? So that your job will also be very easy. Yes. So DEEPHIKA is going to talk something about Power BI, where we can do the same kind of audit. That is also AP, another kind of audit process automation. But this is a beautiful way of automation. Okay. Without even typing any coding, we have written so many formulas, sir. The formula sir. No coding, no coding. Okay. No coding category. Anyway, so she will be talking about that.
Yes. Hello everyone. I think we are having a very informative session from morning. So I also learned a lot of new things today attending your session, sir.
Why?
Seriously, sir, all are new functions. No, see, every day reading newspaper and getting updated is one thing. Getting summary from someone and making use of it is another thing. So we always learn from each other, right? So today, what we are going to see in our coming session is we are going to introduce a tool called Power BI. Anybody here already used the tool? You have used it?
Used to create an kind of stimulus Excel environment kind of thing where through queries what and all does it.
Yes, yeah. But we cannot limit and say whatever Excel does. We can do things even Excel cannot do.
Basically, it is started because Excel has
limitations. Yes, exactly. So Power BI is a Microsoft product. Okay. Lot of limitations which we see in Excel is being covered. Like for example, access control. If you are having Office 365, you would have shared files, right? So your sharing file you read only. But in Power BI, you can share up to which page, which formula they can see. Whether they can see only the report or data behind the report. Whether they have to see only the visuals or the formula in which the visuals are built. So to that level, we can do access control. So data backup. Next is a lesson like we told, memory usage. Like Excel has 10 lakh rows, but anyone here used 10 lakh rows in Excel? Yes.
During reconciliation, UAT verification, use that time.
Very difficult, right? 10 lakh rows when you are importing. It's like you have to wait for hours for Excel to process. And mostly the Excel would have been in different type format. like binary file format or CSV or different file formats you would have used. So these are all some constraints which are circumvented, and tools are built in a way that it can process large volume of data, you can work as a team, and you can collaborate, share, have access rights and all that. But now what we are going to see as an auditor is how we can analyze data with Power BI. So all of you are very clear on how to use the Tally TDL to extract data, because that is very, very useful. Otherwise, how many reports we have to take out from Tally, right? So in the same file, if I am not wrong, how to load that into Power BI is also there. But if you want real-time updation of data, let's say you are providing MIS service to the client, and you need to have real-time update. Every entry made in Tally should get updated in a dashboard. Then we can use real-time TDL integration, ODBC integration between Tally and Power BI. But let's say for an audit, there's a cut-off date. You don't need real data. So in that case, the same Excel which is extracted, right? The same thing you can import to Power BI and you can work. The major difference that we need to understand in working with Excel and working with Power BI is, in Excel, directly to the data you will be entering formula. Okay, now also you saw the table, array was uneditable. Okay, your integrity of array is protected. But still, you were able to go and change formula and change the data in array. Right? But in Power BI, your table will be fixed. Everything you have to write outside, fetch the data from the table and create reports. Okay, you cannot, I need to say, you cannot do any changes directly in the table. Row column integrity is fixed. It will take your data as a query. Query means what? A table or a database. So they work in a concept called as columnar database. You will be fetching the particular row data with the header. So header will be the base. Like for here you will be using formula A1, A row 10, A10. Like that you will be referencing. No? So here there is no separate row referencing. It's only the headers. So all the new formulas what we learned today was based on headers. Same thing only will come to Power BI also. So apart from that, the syntax, everything will be same since it is from the same vendor. Since, see now if you are using Tableau or ClickSense or any other prominent tools, Nine is there, IBM Cognos is there. There are so many analytics tools that are there. Idea is sold as an audit tool. Okay, that also has lot of visualization, lot of capabilities. But the thing is, along with the brand, there is some costing also involved. So now we are looking at an economical solution. Now let's say you have Office 365. Power BI desktop is free for download. Only when you want to collaborate, have access, control, etc., you need to have the Power BI Pro version which is paid. Until then, you can work with desktop version itself. Now let's say your client is already in Office 365. Okay, enterprise version. They are already into a domain and the domain is registered with Microsoft. Then the collaboration is giving with Office 365 itself. You need not actually buy the Power BI license again. But it comes only with the enterprise version. Okay, for home or the personal family edition does not, student or family edition does not have the collaborate or Power BI embedded into Office 365 suite. But if you are in enterprise version, it is integrated. So that way now with no additional cost, you will be able to implement Power BI. So this is also one more very, very important point that you should know before choosing a tool. So now the client is not in Office 365. Let's say they are in G Suite. That time this tool may not be the right fit for them. So that time you can look at a Tableau or IBM Cognos. Different tools are there depending on the requirement. So whenever we are learning whatever, okay, like sir showed you between Excel and Google Sheet. Okay, the syntax is almost similar. Almost every function is available in all the tools. Okay, the only way is where you take, where you put, how you interpret. There will be minor changes. 10% changes will be there hardly. Okay, 90% will be same. So whatever we learn, we have to learn it as a technology or methodology. So whichever tool is given to us, we will be able to work. Okay. So now, though we are learning Power BI in today's class, it is not that Only Power BI you can do with whatever you learn. Tableau will also have very similar interfaces. There also you import data, there also you load data, there also you build visuals. It will be like very streamlined workflow. Okay. So one more advantage of using Power BI over Excel is one more advantage will be that whatever you are doing for Excel now, you are using it as a template file, right? In Power BI also same thing is possible, but the formulas, table integrity, I mean to say it can be reused one time whatever you do, provided your inputs are stabilized and input is streamlined and it has common headers, etc. You will be able to fetch that data and redo the report. So once you use Power BI, open Power BI, how many of you have downloaded Power BI? Yes, others you have the tool, right? Okay. So once you open Power BI, it will open like this. So you can open a line report. So there is not a sample data from there you can build also. One more thing is Power BI is generally marketed as a visualization tool, not by Microsoft, by others. Okay, but Power BI is not a visualization tool. It's not a chart building tool. It is an analytics tool. It's a business insights tool. It has lot of functions and like you can write Python in Power BI, you can write R in Power BI, you can actually connect your databases to Power BI. It's like very robust and a very highly scalable tool. Okay, if you want to implement Power BI for a client entirely, you can. If you want to implement Power BI for, let's say, a very huge company like Reliance Industries, you can. You can understand the scalability, but whether can you implement Tally in Reliance, very complex because it is designed for MSME. Okay, so scalability is something very important, and this is so simple that it can be implemented in a very small tech. For example, in my office, I use it for doing my costing, like project costing. Okay, so we have billing data, we have student timesheet data. We integrate every day or every end of month. We have MIS where I have my team's profitability. So as simple as a Excel MIS to Tally automation to ERP automation, it is scalable too. Okay, so this is how the interface will open. So now what I am going to do, we have a very short time. Okay, so I will give you an introduction and we'll see how the tool works. All of you can try loading data. Whoever has Power BI now, you can try loading data and do 1 or 2 steps. Like sir gave a very apt introduction. In Power BI, most of the audit functions can be done without writing any formula. Okay, most of the audit functions. But let's say you are doing a complex function like re-performance testing. You are going to re-perform GST calculation. You are going to re-perform interest accrued for FDs. Like that, when you want to do re-performance, there will be formulas involved. Syntax will be very similar to Excel. Okay, syntax for any calculation that you do will be very similar to Excel. But most of the functions you can do without writing formula. Because Power BI is giving you UI, user interface, where it is menu driven. You can choose, there are so many tabs on top, right? You can choose from the data table and you can extract. So, is my screen visible to everyone? Should I zoom in? Take this, huh? Take zoom quick, magnify, okay. So now if you see, here get data. So directly Excel, copy paste, but large volume of data. Let's say it's 10 lakh rows of data. You want to copy paste that data into Power BI. Opening that Excel file will take 20 minutes. Copying that file data will take 5 minutes. Again pasting it will take some time. So we will not generally copy paste any data here. We will only do get data. Once you give get data, we are in home tab. As soon as we open our data, there are different data sources which you can connect to. So now I will just show you more. So if you see, there are like hundreds of data connectors. Like you can import an Excel book, CSV book, XML, JSON. You can connect to a folder. Okay. Like let's say your folder has 12 months GST data. You can connect to the folder and combine all files as one and you can analyze. You ready to follow? Because it is a system generated output. Errors will be same, so it will work. So I am giving an example which is like streamlined data. But if you take, I cannot assure you that with the manual payroll data. Because there could be changes in headers, you would have made some additional columns, you would have reduced columns, then it won't work. Because as I told you, everything works based on the header integrity. Okay. So now let's say how many of you have used biometric data to verify payroll? Attendance from biometric, yeah. So biometric data is streamlined. It has fixed headers, data type is same. But only thing is there will be so many ins, so many outs. You need to identify earliest in, latest out. It's a simple formula. Let's suppose you are doing that audit every month. Okay. You create whatever formula you want in Power BI, and every month you are going to replace the file in the folder. The extracted file from the biometric device into the folder. It will give you a new output every month. It's only like someone should open refresh data to get the new output. Okay. So I just showed you how it works. So it has different connectors. You can connect to a SharePoint file, PDF, Oracle database, IBM database, SAP database. So there are different databases, Microsoft Fabric platform, Azure. Directly you can connect to the cloud and work. All that is there. So now we go to the basic. We connect to Excel workbook, and I will give you two connect. So once I give connect, it will give me a preview of the file. First, this is the tally sample data shared with all of you. Okay, I will give open. So this is the data preview. So it will come like this. So all the sheets with formula shared with you are also there. Okay, and we have the ledger dump is also there. This is the ledger hierarchy. Voucher 6 was the voucher 6. Okay, voucher 6 is the version of file. So it is giving me a short preview. So I need to select. I will just check box this. And I will give load or transform. There are two types of things. Okay. One is you want to first validate whether the data file formats are there correctly, data is loaded correctly. You want to just check the metadata of the data. What is the composition, what is the blanks, what are the errors, has the data has been read properly or not. All that to check you will use transform data. Okay. So this will open what is called as a Power Query Editor. Okay. So what is a Power Query Editor? It is the same Power Query Editor which you use in Excel. Excel Power Query you have seen, no? Excel get data, it will open a window called Power Query. It's the same interface. Okay. So back end of Power BI will be Power Query Editor and front end is going to be your Power BI desktop. Okay. Back end will be where you are having table data where you manipulate the data and write formulas, etc. Front end is going to be your report builder where you are going to build your reports, exception reports or your visualization reports, etc. So first, as a best practice, I will always go to transform data. Directly if you load also, it will load. Okay. Both will load the data into Power BI. But whether you want to start from Power Query or Power BI desktop. So now if you see, I have Power BI desktop. This is the place where I build report. I have one more tab. This is the back end of my Power BI desktop. That is my Power Query Editor. You are able to follow? You can try parallelly. I am going very slow to enable you to do parallelly. Okay. All of you have the data, right? So just open the file, get data, select Excel. After you select Excel, you will have the navigation page to select the file, and then you give transform data, and you come to Power Query. Then you will know how easy it is to write formulas in Excel. Sorry, Power BI.
Any doubts also please chat. I will come and help you.
Okay. You can import multiple tables also. You can import from multiple data sources also. Okay, same time you can have a data from Power BI, another Power BI file, another Excel file, another database also. Okay. Yeah.
Select everything.
Select only on Netflix. Table 1 illa voucher 6.
Table 1.
Idu voucher 6. Transform. Yes.
I have given the name as voucher. That's right.
Okay. No, but source data voucher 6 na hai. Tally data file is voucher 6. Okay. So if you have it is giving me metadata of the data. Whether I'm having any valid data, is there any error? Like for example, here எல்லாமே நம்பர்ல இருந்துட்டு ஒண்ணே ஒரு junk file இருக்கு or where file format இருக்குனா it will throw that as an error because it is unable to read it as alphanumeric. Okay, so error also sometimes. So since this is from a system generated report, error illa. But if it is manually maintained data, there will be a lot of errors. File formats will be wrong. If the client has system migration, there also there will be a lot of errors. Okay, but generally system generated reports are safe to work with. So now we have the metadata of the data. If you Power BI has done 4 steps already. It has connected applied steps. So if you want normal Excel and custom. Those show changes is there in Office 365 cloud version now. Normal desktop version here. This will show exactly what are the steps applied to my data. So first we have established source. So in the source, it is saying in the file path what is the data type of the file. Next it has navigated to particular sheet. And that sheet was voucher 6 which we imported. So after the formula we did. See, as we do steps, Power BI is writing formula for us. Source item voucher 6 kind sheet inside the data. It has written formula. So this formula language is called mQuery, Microsoft Query language. Okay. So as we do, it will create formulas for us behind. Okay. So next it has promoted headers. Since it was in table format, it has promoted headers and changed type. Now let's say sir had created the name of date in the previous example in Excel. That same thing we will try to do in Power BI. Okay. Let's say we want to do Sunday entries verification. So what I will do, I have voucher ID, voucher date. Okay, date. This is the voucher date. Okay. So in this voucher date, what I am going to do, okay, this is my voucher date. I have 2 main columns which I will use in Power Query Editor. Transform column, add column. What is the difference between transform column and add column? If I use any function from transform column, it will replace the data in the particular column. Like for example, in transform column, I am going to choose change this date into name of the day. Date will go off and name of the day will stay. But the same thing I am going to select from add column tab. It will create a new column and create a new column with name of the day. So whenever you don't want to create data redundancy, you are not going to use this data. Instead of this, you want a different variable to appear. Then you will use transform tab. But you want redundant data. You want to keep source data. You want to have your data analyzed separately. Then you will take data from add column tab. Okay. So certain things are like in the group by transpose. These are functions available only for transform tab. But all other normal functions like split column, extract data, format, formulas, all that will be available both in add column tab and transform tab. So I am going to add column tab. I will just select date, day. So you can extract year, month, quarter, week, day. So many things you can extract. Day you can extract day, day of the week, day of the year, start of the day, end of the day, or name of the day. So now I have inserted a column name of the day, and that will appear at the end. Generally, all new columns are created at the end. So if you have day name, it has created a column for me. Okay. Now let's say all of you know Benford law. You know Benford law? Or Benford law is like whenever there is a data, Benford is a statistician who has built a frequency table. Okay, so he is predicted based on probability theory what will be the frequency of a particular digit starting with a number. Okay, now let's say if you have a data set of 1 lakh rows with starting with numbers, he is telling 30% of the data will start with number 9, 28% will start with number 8. So based on probability theory, it is telling that any randomly generated data will be in this frequency only, and if it is not randomly generated, okay, then this frequency will not be maintained. So let's say you are auditing a school for school fees, where the subscription amount is same or school fees amount is same, or let's say you are auditing a club, where all entry fees is same. There and all Benford law won't work. Next place where you have artificially created number and it is not naturally generated, there also Benford law won't work. So why you use this in audit is to find anomalies in the data pattern. If it is generated in normal due course of business, Benford law pattern would have been maintained. If it is not generated in the normal course of business and someone has artificially entered entries into the books, then Benford law will have variance with the data. So it is an audit test used for fraud identification or any potential manipulation in books of accounts. Okay. So now for Benford law, what I need to actually identify frequency of digits starting with a particular number. Correct? So for that, what I will do, I actually need amount column. In amount column, I need the first digit alone. Okay, yeah, amount. So we have debit amount, credit amount, and this is like total column, so that we use one column where both debit and credit is there. We have amount column. So we can use this or amount column. See, negative is there, so it's better we use neutral. So maybe we can do one time for debit transactions and one time for credit transactions, so that it is comparable also. Okay, so for this I need to extract what first digit of the particular number. So normally what would have used? Left formula, right formula, mid formula, right, to extract digits from particular number. So here what I will do, add column, extract, there is a button, first characters. I want first digit. That's all. Insert first characters, enter how many starting characters you want. I want only the first digit. So first character it is extracted. So like this, all the interfaces for writing formulas can be done through menu itself. Okay. For that, doesn't mean Power Query is not scalable. You cannot write formulas in Power Query. You can use only fixed functions. Like that is the limitation? No. If you want, you could have written formula. Okay. There is something called in add column tab itself, custom column. There is a menu. In this custom column, I could have created. Okay. Sorry, there is the insert left arm. Yeah, text from. Okay. So this is the syntax in mQuery. I could have created here, or I could have loaded this data and I could have written the formula in Excel syntax itself, left, right, mid, in Power BI desktop. I could have done that also. But what I am doing, whichever is easy for me, I will do that right first. So whatever functions are available in the top menu, you use that. Wherever you cannot use the functions in the top menu, then you write your own formula. Okay. So like this, most of the things will be available in right click. If you select, will it not reduce my speed to go select search? They have given in right click. If you header to the right click, and the particular column relevant all functions are available here. Okay, do you want to duplicate the column and do some other analysis? Do you want to change type? Do you want to replace values? Do you want to replace errors? Let's say there are 1 lakh rows and only 2 errors are there. It may be negligible for you to work or break your head on error and resolve the error. What you can do, you will just replace the error with 0 or something. Okay, so you know wherever there is anomaly, that 0 is the error field. That alone you need to see in the output separately. So you can just remove the error. That will be like ignoring the error. But let's say it's an important data, you are working on exception report. Like we have one audit where we have to work on NAV computation for mutual fund. There, anomalies are so rare. If I found one NAV error per day, it is like a huge audit point for me, right? So that time I cannot do replace errors. That time I will be working on every error to find every little anomaly which I can find in data. But normal audit materiality, 1 or 2 errors involved will be like very negligible, where you can use replace errors. Okay, this is replace errors. You know, the error you blank remove errors. There is one more function. Okay, so like that split column, merge column, there are so many different functions which we can use. So this is Power Query Editor. So in the Power Query Editor, as I told you, all the applied steps are having the formulas. So every formula you can see here. So by default it has created one formula for me for every function. So I have done add column. Okay, I have inserted name of the day and what is the particular function or syntax I have used. So it has written for me. So left hand side is called queries. So n number of tables I am going to import. All the tables it will show me here. And once I give close and apply, it will close Power Query Editor and it will load Power BI Desktop. Okay, first, since we have loaded one data, we will go and see how we analyze this data. Okay, next I will show in Power Query itself. Let's say you have multiple data sources, and let's say you have multiple pages. How you can append, how you can access a folder and work. So those things also I will show you. So now in Power BI Desktop, okay, in Power BI Desktop, I am having here 3 views. Left hand side if you see, report view, table view, relationship view, tags view. Okay, 4 views are there. So in report view, default view, this is a place where you are going to build reports. Next I have table view. So in my table data will be visible. How many ever data I have imported, that data I can see here. Relationship view. Let's say you have multiple data sources. Okay, you will be having relationship between the data to access data. So only formula that won't work in Power BI, which is in Excel, is referential formulas. Okay, V lookup, H lookup. Okay, those are the formulas that won't work here, because here you will not actually you are having separate databases where it will interact with key field. Okay, you have to work with relationships here. Okay, so that is the only change here. So under relationship, to create the relationship, we will be using this place. Now there is one more table where you have unique field which will match both the tables. You can create relationship and work. So these are the 3 core views in Power BI. That is dashboard view, table view, and relationship view. DAX is where you are going to do everything in query. Okay, you can write all formulas here and run. Okay. So again here you have different tabs: home tab, insert tab, modeling tab. Then you have right hand side as you go, right? You have 3 panes. Okay, 3 panes are there. Filter pane is there. So whatever you are doing in your filter formula, you can do here. You can just drag and drop the field which you want to put in filter, which you want to remove in filter here. Then whatever chart you want to choose, around 60 odd charts are given as thumbnails here, from where you can choose from. Additional to this also, here 3 buttons are there, get more visual. From here you can import visuals from marketplace. Okay, some mostly it is free. There will be few which they may charge premium. Then to format your report, you have formatting. So in this visualization pane itself, 2 things are there. One is for visual and what should go into what. Like now default is it is showing values, right? Now if you go to a particular chart, so it is asking x-axis, y-axis. So now let's say you go into a funnel chart. It is asking category, what is the value. Like that, depending on the visual, it will give me the cards where I have to insert my data. then I have my data where my headers will be visible. So how difficult or easy is to build dashboard in Power BI? So first you can just drag and drop. Now let's say you are going to use the amount field. So debit, credit, net off will be there because that was a field with both positive and negative amount. So if you see, it is putting a simple one-line bar chart here. I will remove the magnifier now. Okay, it is creating a simple one-line bar chart. Now let's say I want to see what is the frequency of entries passed on a particular day of the week. So that was a column I created, right? So I'm just dragging and dropping name of the day. So what happened? The chart reoriented itself to the particular day. What are the entries? Okay. So it has taken in descending order by default. So it is showing this many entries when it's Saturday, this much was in Thursday, Monday, like that. Now it is taken sum of amount, but sum of amount of transaction is relevant here? No. Count of transaction is sufficient, right? So what I can do is, if you see in the right hand side, if you see, can see my hand, okay? There I am having in this card way, day name, sum of amount. See, I throw the only amount column here. Amount column was what? Okay. Whenever you have the sigma sign before a particular field name, it means that it is a number column. So automatically it has taken as sum. If I had put, let's say, not entered by, okay, now instead of day name, I'm just, instead of amount, I'm just removing and I'm just putting entered by. Automatically it is counted because it is a text field. Okay, so but it is a default feature, but it is modifiable. So I can change sum to average, minimum, max, count, distinct, standard deviation, variation, median, or percentage of total, like that I can change. What is this called? This is called as an implicit measure. Okay, this is called as an implicit measure. That means these are inbuilt simple calculations which you can do without writing formula. Okay, but let's say you want to instruct Power BI to do something which is not at a visual level but at a data level. Then you have to write separate formula for that. So that will be explicit measure. So we'll see that also. But for the time being, now I'm just changing sum to count. It's only a simple drop down. So now I have the count of transaction. So is it sufficient if I have count of the transaction and one bar chart for the days of the transaction? No. So I need to know what are the entries that are passed, which month it is passed. Like that I need to have further analysis, right? So now what I need to do is, I need to, for audit per se, okay, data visualization is not sufficient audit procedure. You always want to know what is the data that is building this chart, right? So what I do, always when we are doing audit analytics in Power BI, we will also have a data table along with whatever visualizations we are building. Okay, the data table will be like, first let's take date. Okay, you can take date, amount, ledger name. Okay, voucher ID, because you want to go back to ERP and see, right, what is the ledger, what is the voucher, like that. So like this you will build the data table. So now if you see this data table, by default the date is taken date hierarchy. That is this year, this quarter, this month, this date. But nowadays you don't need the date hierarchy. So okay, by default it has the capability to do that. So again I will go to the visualization pane and I will just change it. But date is it visible? Yeah. So here, if you see date hierarchy, there is a checkbox. Okay, you just change from date hierarchy to date. So it will move to normal date. Okay, and now it has a count of voucher ID I don't want count, I give don't surprise. So every voucher ID I want explicitly. Okay. So now what is happening? I have built one data table. So I think I replaced that bar chart which we did already. So I just put that. So there also I think instead of amount, voucher ID will be the best possible column. Voucher ID I have to count how many unique voucher ID was there, and in x-axis what we need to do is we'll put name of the day. Okay. So now count of voucher ID is there. I will count unique voucher ID. Count distinct. So there are some transactions without voucher ID. So that also you can click. So Sunday, this is a transaction. So May 1st, July 3rd, July 31st, February 5th. These are all the Sundays where transaction was there. This was the amount. This was the ledger in which the transaction is posted. This is the voucher ID, and you can also put entered by, so that you know who are the persons who are entering this data. Okay. Next, now let's say you have data. You want to know what is the movement of the particular ledger. So you want to know in which all ledgers you should have more concentration for audit. So every time when I build a new visual, I click outside and then I go and select the visual. I am using tree map. Okay, tree map is a area chart, like pie diagram, tree map, these are all area charts. So there I am just going to go and put amount, and I am going to put ledger name. Okay, so it is telling these are the ledgers in which maximum amount value of transactions are posted. Okay, and in each ledger I want to now see movement for a particular month. So I am just clicking outside, selecting the chart. So I am putting a line chart, and what I am going to do, I am just going to put date and value, because generally almost all ledgers will have some trend in movement of accounting entries. That is, in a month how much of this expense I will incur. It will be proportional to sales, or it may be proportional to volume of business or number of customers, etc. So I am putting in date. What I am going to do, I will remove year, quarter and month. I will make day. Okay, only day I am retaining in the date. So date hierarchy, first time what we did, we removed the date hierarchy, we kept only date. Now we are removing all other parameters and keeping only day. Day means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So, and what I am going to do, I will just put amount. So this is showing movement of value in a particular month. So now let's say you want one more filter for the month. Okay, I will put what is called as a slicer. Get the see, actually my laptop is a little small, because of which actually there is this movement. If it is a larger desktop in which you are working, you will have all in the same canvas. Okay.
Also.
Here and also. Okay. Here. So now again I am just going to put our date column here. Here instead of date hierarchy, I put date hierarchy and I keep only month. So now I have all the months here as a filter. So now I have the overall ledger volume. I have the table data where I am going to have left hand side I have the table data which I have here with what is the transaction, who entered, what is the date, what is the amount. Then I have date of the transaction. Now let's say GL scrutiny. Okay, you open Tally, there is 800 ledger. How many ledgers you open independently and see? And most of the ledgers you open will have, let's say, only 4 entries or 5 entries. Okay, whether that is required for audit or not required for audit, we'll come to know only after spending half an hour time on the particular ledger. So what we are building here is a small dashboard where we can see different metrics of GL in one place. Okay, this with my limited experience in audit we are taking. Maybe for a particular industry there will be specific things that you are looking at. Okay, so that particular industry you can customize the reports in such a way. Okay, like for example, this entry, this ledger is having maximum entries only in end of month. Okay. Continuously, because this is average. This is only 1, 2, 3, 4 for all months. So now let's say I want to see in this ledger month wise what is the movement means. I can just click. This is called interactive dashboard. Interactive dashboard means okay, interactive dashboard means where I am able to filter. Slicer no concept, sir. This is little more advanced version of slicer where each chart will talk to each other. Okay, so now I am just clicking Control key. April. So slicer is the overall filter context. Just. So I will remove April. So in this particular ledger, you press Control and see what are the entries. Only one entry is there, high value transaction, because of which it is the outlier showing highest. Okay. So this whether you want to see because high value, what is the voucher you want to see. Okay. You need not create a separate report and create a checklist or Excel worksheet for maintaining this data. What you can do is you can just create an Excel bookmark. Sorry, PowerPoint bookmark. So it is there in your View tab. On top there is View tab. In View tab, bookmarks are added. So your first bookmark is for you can call it high value HVT. Okay. Now I am coming out. I don't want to see this. I can click on the same place or somewhere outside. Now I want to see only the what a particular ledger or particular month we have to take. Anything we can take. Okay, only the Sunday entries I want to see. I will click on Sunday. I will control and click on next thing I want to see. In Sunday, which all ledgers, so many ledgers are having entry. So many people have made entries. So let's say on Sunday, particular ledger you want to see. Okay. So in this ledger, this Ramesh and Ravi are the only two people who have posted entries. These are the entries that are passed. In this you want to check something. Or let's say this ledger you don't want. Or in this you are taking only 1 or 2 sample months. May ledger. Okay. So only this May you are going to select. Okay. So because May is having maximum transactions. So again you can create add month. So like this you can keep creating whatever highlight you want to do. Okay. This you can close again. So one is sample selection. Okay. Sample selection instead of taking randomly few months or randomly some data, after GL scrutiny you are going to select which are the transactions you are going to investigate further. Next is you are able to see entire data in one go. It's not, at least in Tally, no, it is little more easy to do GL scrutiny. But let's take any other ERP. It is more complex. They will give sales dump, purchase dump. That's all. With that we need to do all the GL scrutiny. It's very difficult for you to get line item wise data for every ledger, right? So in those places and all, it will be very, very useful when you are creating such interactive dashboard. Now, so far whatever we have done, we have not actually written even one formula. We have not used even one complex function. Okay. Only after that we have to start learning how to write formulas. Okay. What we are trying to show you here is, it is very, very simple tool, very powerful tool, very, 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 very useful tool for auditors. Generally, these are used by MIS team. Okay, whether or not MIS team is getting value from this, auditors will get the maximum value from this because almost every audit we have done? We have identified extreme anomalies which the management was not aware previously. That is possible only because we are able to see the full volume of data. If we are not having the full volume of data and if we are not able to see the patterns, okay, it is very, very difficult to identify exceptions or scenarios which are creating these exceptions. Okay, a lot of times only after seeing the data, we call it, whatever we did now is technically called as exploratory data analysis. You are not working with any specific objective. I have not built any exception report here. We started Benford first digit, but we didn't do any specific audit objective audit test here. Okay, this is exploratory data analytics, where I am just compiling all data and plotting different points in one dashboard, and I am navigating through that dashboard to see what all I am finding. Basis which I will go further and I will keep increasing my audit universe. Okay. So whatever bookmarks were there, it is visible anytime. Why I created bookmark is otherwise whatever you click and see will go off. It's temporary. It's an interactive dashboard where you just click and it will be there for that moment, and it will, once you click outside, it will come out. So once you create bookmark, that same instance you can go back. So many audit reports itself we have presented like this. Let's say we are going to talk about voucher anomalies as one audit point. We directly show bookmarks only. See, this is the entry, this is the thing, this is passed on, this. So many ERPs are generating even timestamp. So we know exactly who has done what when. So maybe they were corrected after our audit. After we told it to the team, they were corrected. But still here we will be able to see the data which we analyzed. So this is an introduction to what we can do. Okay, we will break for 15 minutes, so 10 to 15 minutes now. Okay, and you all try this for 10 minutes. We'll see, because it is easy. But if you try immediately, it's easier than you going home and trying later, because after that you will never get time, you will get busy and we will postpone it. So we will spend 10 minutes trying, then we will go to different types of formulas, what type of formulas we can do, what other audit tests we can do, like that we will. Okay, we will break now. So, thank you.
So we saw how to input data, then we saw what is query supplied data, how Power Query Editor works. We saw different tabs in Power Query Editor, home tab, transform tab, add column tab. Okay, basic transformation tools. Okay, choose columns. I think this we did see. Like, let's say few columns or few rows you don't want. Okay, you can select that and we can remove it in Power BI. Like, for example, let's say you are inputting 26 AS document. Every 26 AS document is going to have some last 14 rows as like data which is not needed for analysis. Right? Those data and all, we have to use remove rows. Okay? Because by default you cannot actually go and do control minus and to delete any row. Because it is a database, columnar database, right? So we will be using function from called remove rows, and then we will see top rows, bottom rows, alternate rows, like that we will select and then we will remove. Okay, we saw how it selects first row as header. So those things and all I think we already saw. So code views in Power BI we saw, report view, data view and relationship. So how do you work with Power BI? First you load data, create relationships and create final dashboard. So from an audit perspective, very less scenarios will be required where you have to work with multiple files. Okay, like you are doing three-way match, GR, EO, invoice, okay, or you are going to do GST reconciliation, PF reconciliation, like that. Mostly only for the reconciliation items we will have multiple data sources. Okay, but normal testing in terms of, let's say, purchase audit, sales audit and all, mostly all data is available in the same report, right? So because of that, mostly it's like we can work with one data set itself. So relationships, but we'll see how it works, but not always required. So we saw visualization field, all that is complete. How to drag and drop, build a visual, we have seen. Okay, so now we are coming to DAX. So in mQuery, we didn't go through any formulas because mostly in data transformation, we will be using maximum of the functions which are there inbuilt in Power Query Editor. As a homework, you can go and see conditional column in Power Query, which is like a replacement for the if formula. So there is a function called the conditional columns, where if you go, you can select if it will give drop down. What is the condition? If this column is greater than equal to this, if this. Like menu left, you can fill in the blanks. Like if you do, it will give condition formula. Okay. Other than that, you can write lot of complex formula, but that cannot be like done in 1 hour or like 2-3 hour session. It will require like full day, or generally we do 4 or 5 day workshops for Power BI, where you need to understand the complete nuances of entire complex data processing. But the normal audit per se, if we have some introduction, what the tool is capable of, what we can do, where we can use, surely with just half an hour or 1 hour of revision and brainstorming with the team, what is the objective, how we are going to do, you will be able to start using the tool efficiently. Once you put your hand to the tool, okay, and you start working, easily you will become expert within 3 or 4 days. Because audit level is only working knowledge. We are not going to do any R&D, we are not going to do very complex problems, right? So, within 3 days or 4 days of usage, you will become expert in using different functions and formulas in Power BI. And once you become little acquainted with the tool, you will not actually go back to any tool that you were using before. Okay? So, I was explaining to sir during tea. So, in my office, we have you are Udemy, Coursera, small online courses. They put 5-hour, 9-hour, 10-hour courses. So I have subscribed to such courses in Power BI for my new joinees. So everyone who joins my company new, we give this Udemy login where they have to complete this course. And there are some other recorded videos for firm level orientation and work execution. What is the place there where they have to save this data? What is the workflow they have to use? That we have some recorded content. So they have to go through this, and they are put to specific assignments where they are mandatorily told to use only Power BI. So within 1 month, if I am giving them 2 or 3 flavors of Power BI and giving them hands-on to work with it and give output, what output I have got so far is, my team, nobody goes to Excel for anything. I ask them to create summary of timesheets, they will put Power BI. If I ask them to create summary or a reconciliation table, they will put in Power BI. Because in Power BI, you can do multi-dimensional data. Once you import, you can have in one sheet 10 diagrams, in every sheet 10 diagrams. Okay, so what it gives you is multi-dimensional analysis, and the data integrity is protected. Every time you need not go and check whether the formula is right, whether the you have selected the entire column or not, whether you have refreshed the formula or not, whether you have formatted as table or not. So most of us have that, no? If you format as table, little bit data integrity is there. But if you forget to format as table and put some formula without referencing correct columns, again you will have formula errors, right? So it is a very, very useful tool, and once you get the hang of it, surely, see, I have a team size of 33 people. Okay, over the period of, let's say, we started using Power BI around 7 years ago. Okay, around 7 years ago, and the last 3 years, I don't think any of my team members would have gone for Excel. Okay, because it is so easy and so quick when you want to analyze something. Okay, not just for the visualization or dashboard. I am telling for just consolidating data, creating reports, table reports also we use this only. Okay, I will show you some output files which we have worked for some clients. So you will have an idea for what all aspects we are using Power BI. Okay, so mQuery is a language which is used in Power Query Editor, which is happening at the back end. if you want, you can learn and write. Now ChatGPT is there, any complex things also, if you are able to give the right prompts, you get the formulas which you can use. Like I used to do vendor duplicate testing. It's a common audit test which I do personally, that's my favorite audit test because it's the easiest test to be done. And always there will be a duplicate vendor in any client you see. Okay, any client you take, whether it's a client with just 50 vendors or a client with 15,000 vendors or a client with 50,000 vendors, there will be duplicate vendors where you have given POs to every plant considering as different vendor and all the incentives are split, or there is some in one ID is blocked, in another ID is getting POs. Like that, there are so many scenarios in duplicate vendor testing. Okay, so now I don't remember the exact Power Query function, but I'll give you the example. So what I do for this test is, there is one column, it can be done in Power BI or Excel also. I give find and increase. I replace for common text like the PDT, LTD, private limited, and ampersand. These all I will give find and replace and remove it. So all the unwanted items are removed because I create duplicate by giving in one ID PDT, another ID private, like that. Next I will remove all the phonetics. You sound it sounds same, but you spell it different. SRI, SHRI, SRE, Shri Venkateswara Traders. Every client will have Shri Venkateswara Traders, and every client Shri Venkateswara Traders will be a fraudulent client. Okay. So these are all phonetics based. So I used to do find and replace. It will be like in Power Query, if you do this one, it will become like 60-70 steps. This place will have several 70 steps after you do find and replace because I am doing one by one. Okay. Then I started Googling why I am doing this much work like that. Then there is one syntax, it's called keep text. Keep text is correct. So it's only one formula. Instead of using the menu in Power Query, if I just go to custom column and keep text, one syntax, and I select the column name, okay, it is removing all the unwanted special characters, space, numbers, everything, and it is keeping only the text. Next for phonetics, again I googled, that time ChatGPT was not there. Then I started seeing, we are having, what you say, I am seeing from an alphabet or commonly used name perspective, but it is actually phonetics. Based on phonetics, you have different spellings. And there was actually ready-made formula in Microsoft itself, in Microsoft that support page itself, where there is a small script, if you include that, phonetics are removed. Okay, so only these two formulas I had to use to replace like 70 steps with 2 lines. So what I'm trying to tell is, initially you can start working with functions which are there, and slowly you can migrate and become experts using very simple syntax and formulas and do custom model building. So generally this is called data modeling. You have different data sources. You are creating a workflow wherein you are having desired output. Then you call it a data model. Okay. So this is query. Once you come to Power BI desktop, you need to use what is called as DAX. DAX stands for Data Analysis Expressions. Okay. So what DAX does is, it can be used to create calculated columns or calculated measures. What is a calculated column? Every row output will have a output. Like every row in a particular table will have a output. Then you call it as a calculated column. Okay. It is like sir showed count A and subtotal. Okay. If count A was wrong in that place because every output for count A is not required for every row. But subtotal was the correct formula because only on the filter context you want to see. But both gave same output. You were following that, no? Count A last example before the lunch. Okay. So same like that, here also, calculated measure means it is an output, it is a dimension to your data, but not necessarily having an output for every row. Okay. So count A is a summary output,
which is required only when the data is pivoted or filtered, and it is not required at row level. Okay, even some average, minimum, maximum, all will be measures, because all these are functions that are required only at pivot level or summary level and does not need a place at row level, column level. Okay, you are able to follow? Okay, we'll see with examples so you will understand. Basically, calculated column will be visible to your eyes. Okay, measure will be invisible to your eyes. In your table, it will add a column and it will create a formula. Then it is calculated column. Okay. What is a calculated measure? Calculated measure, it will create a formula, it will create an output, but it will not be visible in your table. But in your chart, you can use it. Whenever you are building a report, you can use it. I showed implicit measure, no? Same like that. It will be in the internal memory of Power BI, but you cannot see it in the table output because it does not have a row context. If it has a row context, it will find the place in the table. Since it is not having a row context, it will not find the output in the table. Okay. So we will see once more. So the syntax will be, I think now all of you are aware of this table syntax. Instead of row column referencing, I will be using table name, column name. So all my functions will be same. Okay, all my functions other than the referential functions, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, other than the referential functions, all functions in Excel will work in Power BI, and you will be using the same function. Syntax also will be same. Like for example, if logical function true false, same will be the syntax here. Filter, table, filter condition. Same will be the syntax here. You can use similar formulas what you are using in Excel in Power BI also with same syntax. Syntax means the conditions or attributes which you are using inside the formula will be same. But instead of row column referencing, we will be using table name, column name, because you don't have row context here. Okay. So all the formulas, functions we are seeing, no, equal to some cell, equal to another cell. Same things will work in Power BI also. Like all your arithmetical calculation, like plus, minus, division, okay, to the power of, equal to, not equal to, greater than or equal to, all the syntax will work. Ampersand, okay, double ampersand. So all this and or conditions, same syntax what we were using in Excel will get repeated. So there is no separate. So this is why it is more easier to adopt Power BI, because there is no separate formula language you need to learn. It's same Excel for syntaxes you are going to use as DAX operators. Okay. These are calculated column. So calculated column is going to have every row will have an output. So that is called row context. Okay. In measure, the values created are from information which will be used for filters in the report. It has only filter context. Same thing for county and subtotal. Okay. Whenever there is output for every row item, like let's say I am going to add 2 columns and subtract with another column. Okay, it will have output for every row. But let's say I am going to use average of sales of a particular product. So that is a filter context or a pivot context only. When we pivot the table and get a particular product sales, then only I will be able to get the particular average of that sales. Okay, so those will be my filter context. So calculated column will create static value in the table and it will have an output. Measures will not have any table value. Next, recalculate. Every time both calculated column and measures, both will get recalculated every time you open the file. Okay, or you refresh the data, automatically it will refresh. Okay, and primarily calculated columns are used for rows, columns, slices, filters, for all aspects you can use. Mostly measures are used for value context of a field. Okay. So whenever you want to create a dimension for a value, okay, a third dimension for the value, then you will create measure.
But if you are writing conditional formulas, etc., you will be using calculated columns. Next is inside the measures, we have two types of measures. One is implicit measure and second is explicit measure. So implicit measure means whatever is there as soon as you drop a field into a data card, okay, to build a visual, that will have a drop down. Okay, so that drop down, we'll open our Power BI. So it's not changing. Okay, so whenever, this is my context, right? Here. Whenever I am selecting anything from this formula to use, this is called as implicit measure. So in any of pivot tables in Excel, you used to use that, right? Some average count, same like that only. So this is called implicit measure. So whatever output, let's say you have count listing here. You have used this count listing for this date name formula. But you want to use somewhere else this count and work on a different formula. Like for example, you have, I'll give one more example. You have minimum value, maximum value, you want to find the variance. Okay? So you can select minimum year, maximum year. But to identify variance, what you need to do? You need to subtract maximum minus minimum divided by minimum, right? So for that, you cannot use the minimum you created out of this. You have to have a separate measure only where minimum is also defined, maximum is also defined, then variance is defined. Why? Because implicit measures are at visual level only. It is for final consumption. It cannot be reused. Whenever it is only on the context of the report, you will use implicit measure. Okay. Whenever you are going to use a particular formula in multiple calculations, okay, and it is not for final consumption, you are going to work with multiple metrics with the particular syntax, then you will be writing explicitly separate formula. Basically, implicit formula means you will be selecting from drop down, explicit formula means you will be writing the syntax by yourself. Okay, so this is the types in which we can write formulas in Power BI. Now we can try writing one or two. Okay, I am in voucher 6, our total table. So let's say a simple thing I want to identify in every parent ledger. Okay, what is the average output? Okay, or minimum value, maximum value. What I should be writing? Calculated column or measure? I have to write the measure. Okay, whenever I want to calculate, now let's say I want to tally debit with credit and I want to have one number. Now I will create what? Calculated column. Now let's say I have primary group, but I want a separate group which will show me balance sheet classification of the particular group. Because in my balance sheet level, I will be having different classification. At tally, I am having different classification. So how will you do that? You can have a mapping table where you are connecting and bringing what the particular primary group is mapped to. Or we can have what is called a C formula to define which group should get classified into what. Or we can use groups in Power BI. Okay. So now this will have output for every row item. This formula, whatever we are going to write, will have output for every item. So this will be a calculated column. So like that you have to identify where all you need to write calculated columns, where all you have to write measures. Okay. Like for example, this first let me create. See, already amount column is there. Okay, which has positive for it's negative for debit and positive for credit. Okay, already this amount column is there. So I want to identify what is the minimum of a particular ledger amount or ledger group and what is the maximum of the ledger group. What I do, I will create a new measure. Okay, so I am right clicking and selecting new measure. But since I am in table tools in your new measure, it's in table tools new measure, or you can right click and decide whether you want a new column or new measure. New measure. So now formula is working. I'll say I'll just put some other identifier. Yeah, I'll zoom it. So now if you see this voucher filter is there, it is actually filtering based on ascending order. Okay. If you put a special character, it will come on top. That will be the first parameter for filter. After that, it will come in ascending order. Numbers after that alphabets. It will be the order. So what you can do is another special character, something you can put so that you know the columns which you created. So since it is a report from Tally which was coming to a detail, it is having $sign. Normal ERP reports will not have any qualifier. So you can create qualifier for whatever columns you are doing so that you know what are the columns you have done and you can easily fetch the data. Otherwise, no. See, this is having only 40 columns, 46 columns or something is there. But many ERP data may have 150 columns, 300 columns and all. It will be very difficult for us to scroll. So that time we can use that. So I am going to use star minimum. Okay, and what I am going to give? Minimum, min is a function in Excel, same Excel, and minimum of what you want? Amount. So now table name and field name, that is the syntax. So table name is voucher 6, amount is the column I want to take. Okay, so I have just using the syntax and tab that. Okay, tab to select. After that, and just close it. Okay. If there's error, give a yellow color comment below the formula bar. What is the error? Whether you have missed the syntax or there are additional queries that you have to give, additional columns you have to specify. It will give a brief description about the error, basis which you can work. So next, one more measure I will create and I call it max. And here also I use the qualifier star. So now this max, this is going to be also for amount. I am just typing amount, selecting amount. So now if you see, I am giving max and min for amount, but I have not given for what amount I have to give max and min. So what will happen is whenever we are using measures, it will dynamically fit into what is the row context you are going to define in the report. Okay, we will see that. We will just go to a new page. Okay, so now let me take data. We will work with plain table data. Okay, so I am going to take entered by. Okay, entered by. So these are the users in my tagging. And here in entered by, I will just put my min source. Since I put a separate qualifier for me, it came on top. Min max. I need not search for the column. So I will do, I want column for max, I want a column for min. Since it's an explicit measure, it is not asking me whether you want to change implicit measure. Sum or count in value. This is the minimum value entered by our admin. Okay. Otherwise, this is the minimum maximum value. I am just removing the row context here. Then it is giving what? The overall minimum and maximum value in the particular table, full table. Now I am going to change it to a particular date. Okay, so we will take our date function, row context, because this is going to be the context basis which min and max is working. So min and max is again the filter context will be different. Okay, priority will change. So this hierarchy will I put date. So what the filter is changing? In a particular day, what is the minimum and maximum value? So now it is a common measure that you have written, which can be used in multiple reports in multiple dimensions. Okay, it's like a dynamic formula. Okay, so only you will not find the place in our table. But whatever you are writing as calculated column will have same output irrespective of whatever place you are going to put it. Okay, you can define implicit measure to a calculated column and say sum this, take minimum of this. But you cannot use it further. It will be, the implicit measure will be there for only that visual. So now we are able to follow now. So now again I just changed from date to our original this thing was, we will take ledger primary group or parent group. So there can be multiple parameters also, like I can take minimum maximum, not just for one parameter. In my primary group, so this is my primary group, this is my minimum and maximum. Okay. So now I want in my primary group parent to minimum. So in primary parent, what is required in the data? Select group. So in current asset, in employee interest account, I am having this is the max, this is the okay, this is the highest debit, the highest credit, lowest debit. Okay. So in other current asset group, ledgers, so I can put even count of ledgers. So and then you can just keep increasing the number of columns to define what type of context you want to analyze. You are able to follow? So this is implicit measure. Okay. Now calculated column, no, any calculation you can do. Whatever formula you put, it will work. If formula or any arithmetical calculation you are working, you can use if formula. It is very easy. Table tools. No call. And you just add something, divide something. For example, I do this. So I'm just going to do, sorry. I'll just pick amount. Divide by 2. So every column will have an output.
Yes, come. Yes, come.
Okay. Okay. So like this you can put same syntax. Wherever you don't want dimension, anywhere you want raw output, you can use this. So I will show you one more function, group. What is group? So now let's take this the primary group. Okay. So primary group is different from group function. Okay. So what we will do is, let's say if formula for classifying 100 ledgers into, let's say, 6 headings. You have to create a mapping table, then you have to import the mapping table, put relationship, and then you have to build it. But what you can do is, if it is going to be a one-time activity, because most of the time you will have same primary groups only. Ledger parent or ledger will be different, but the primary group is like default for a particular ERP. Okay. So what I can do is of writing formula, I can just right click on the particular header, I will go to new group. Okay. So what it is telling is, since it's a text file, it is giving me by default list and it's grayed out. What does it mean is, you cannot do automatic grouping. Bin system. I will show you bin also. Okay. So now what you can do, you can just select which all fields you want. Okay. and current assets, deposits. Let's say all of this I'm going to group as, for the time being I call this the balance sheet assets. Okay. Don't go into actual accuracy of accounting, I'm just trying to, now I want to add this also there. Or let's say a few others I want to select. And I want to put into a group. So it's only like, again menu driven, simple function, I put P&L expenses. Okay, like this, and all others which I am not grouping, I can just select here, include other group. So unassigned or unmapped things, it will group as other. Okay, so once you do this, if you want to ungroup something, let's say it's just unknowingly you marked it wrong, you can again ungroup, it will come here. Again you can select to what you have to do, balance sheet assets, fixed asset group. Like this, it will give a dynamic place where you can actually have the mapping done. Left, right, you can see and map. And once you give this, it will create a new column for you with the new groups that you have mapped, which you want to have as a control account for reconciliation or something like that. In your MIS or in your P&L, what you actually you can build P&L balance sheet here in Power BI itself. Okay, so for all that you can use this groups, where again without complex formulas and complex process, you will be able to build new columns. Okay. So in audit, any specific area, any of you, see it's already 4:30, so I just thought I'd check with you. Anything you feel like if this query is addressed, or if this is automated, it will make your work easy. Like that, any specific function which you are looking at, if you have, either me or Rathinagiri sir, based on our experience, whatever we have done, we'll be able to give you that input. Because now we are talking about what we are using. Okay, so that is what we are sharing. But when you are working, you would have thought, no, these are cumbersome activity. For this, we could have better processes or function or procedure. Anything you have like that? By the time I will show you how we can read a PDF. Purchase PDF related sir. Day 1 after. Day purchase and the file name. Any thing you want us to income. Okay, pop. You I'll power you. You give it important. Yeah, anything? This is right. Okay. So now, let's say you see bank statements are also you can read whatever bank statement you are having in PDF, provided it's a computer generated statement. Okay, if someone is giving you scanned, like printed scanned statement, again the OCR quality will be very low and you will not be able to extract tables. But if it is a computer generated statement, it is actually easy to consolidate and extract tables in the particular PDF. Okay, so this is a sample PDF created by Rathinagiri sir. Okay, it has around 30 pages if I am not wrong. Okay, it has lot of pages where you have some page number and it is a continuous page. Okay, there are different tables. Now let's say you want to convert this. If you use an online converter also, mostly each table will be recognized as, each page will be recognized as table, and it will give you output of all the tables where you have to again consolidate and append data one below the other to work, right? We'll just see how this can be done.
Can you put this file in that particular folder?
Yeah, I'll put it.
So that others can also get.
Yes, yes. Correct. The எங்க எடுத்துக்கிறத சேவ் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
அது பார்த்து ஃபைல்
அங்கே எடுத்துக்கலாம். வரல சார். எங்க எடுத்து சொல்றீங்க?
கீழே எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர் தான் வந்தீங்க. இதெல்லாம் தெரியுது.
இல்ல அடோப் சார்.
தேடி வச்சு.
ஓ அதுதான். அது இங்க இருக்கும்ல.
ரைட்டிங்
ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிஸ்.
அது கான்செப்ட்.
ஓகே. Okay. So what we are going to do is we are going to open the same Excel. From here also we can go to get data, or we can do it directly in Power Query also. We can go to more. We have PDF data connector, and we connect it to PDF. So that was the path we had, right? So in that I'm going to just choose this PDF. So now if you see, like normal PDF connector, it's showing each page is having one table, and if you click one table, it will show that output also, what is there in that table. You can select all and you can import and append also, but sir had identified a very good technique which we are going to follow now. I just select one table and I'm going to give transform data.
Now we have got another idea.
அப்படியா? உங்களுக்கு தான் சொல்றது. ஓகே. சோ இப்போ பார்த்தோம்னா நமக்கு சோர்ஸ் இருக்குல்ல. இந்த சோர்ஸோட previous steps are there. So in source actually all my pages are listed. Okay. But when I navigated, only one I had selected. If I had selected all also, each table would have been a different query. Each table would have been a different query. So what we are doing is, I will select only the type of data which is table. Okay, and I will remove this table one. This expand combine. Okay, so for the table I am going to now expand. So there is a button here for expand. Expanding columns of the data. I am just clicking OK. So now what is happening is I went back. Okay, we undid few steps. We went back to the source, filter only for table. So now if you see, we have all the tables. Okay, all the 27 tables in the sheet. Okay, which is appended one below the other, and we have the data. So now if you see here, next problem is page numbers coming. Okay, so now what I can do is, it's a comment repeater, right? So I can actually remove the page number alone. So whatever filter you use in Power Query Editor is a permanent filter. Whatever filter you are doing in Power BI desktop at report level, it's a dynamic filter. Like in Excel, we are using shift control L, something like that. Every time you want to put filter, see something, remove something like that. But in Power Query Editor, whatever filter you are putting is going to be a permanent filter. So you can just filter out you don't want with that page. So that column, that row will get removed in all the 27 pages. Next, since it has some gap in between, it is not actually identified headers. So now I have to use the function use first row as headers. Okay, so now it has given me table name, purchase account, amount, company, verified. So now if you compare with the PDF which we
still next page getting that you
next page.
Go to Power BI. Next page company will be there. Come down and show.
We will see. Document, okay, heading, next page heading. Yeah, that also we need to remove. So now, next thing, you go to your Excel and see any other outliers there and check with the data also. Because now this is not fixed workflow like formula.
You are actually manipulating the data to bring the data into a form which you can analyze. And every table format will be different. Let's say you are working with HDFC bank statement, Axis bank statement, both will be totally different. The steps you have to follow for HDFC will be different from steps you have to do for Axis bank. Okay, so then you check. So table name is getting repeated. So this also you can decide from which table what you want to remove. Sorry, which column what you can remove. So I think date column will be the easiest to remove. Date or document reference column. Or supplier name also.
Wherever the date is coming.
So I just remove. Yeah. I will remove date. Blanks will be there for any header, footer, gap, etc. That also I can remove. So now this will be data of all 27 pages imported and consolidated within 6 steps. So like explaining and showing you itself, it's taking less than 5 minutes. That means you can imagine how quick you can do. But some bank statements are complex. They will give text files, CSV files, State Bank of India.
Narration will be multiple lines.
Multiple lines.
Some lines are 2 lines, sometimes it is 3 lines.
Yeah. So like that and all, when we have complex things, it may take even hours for you to understand the logic where you can standardize the output and how you can remove unwanted data or merge the 2 lines into 1 line. So those will be a more complex process. Mainly public sector bank statements are very complex. Private sector little better. Most of them are giving Excel itself if you take private sector. So both are there. Even few private sector may have bad bank statements also. Okay, but yeah, bank statements is one. Then you can import similarly 26 AS. 26 AS, if you have a large 26 AS where you want to consolidate, you can use similar function. GST also similarly you can do. Okay.
What is here having JSON?
JSON is there. So, consolidated JSON.
Just a JSON, that's it.
Either JSON for 12 months, 1 month. 12 months. Use panela.
12 months happening.
Correct. So, appending data is very easy in Power BI. Whatever the data may be. It may be different file format. Still, you can append it one below the other and have a consolidated file for analysis using Power BI. Okay. And one more thing, advantage is at least this data is getting, this PDF is getting stored in your system. Let's say you are using a free online converter. You are actually compromising the data confidentiality and giving access to the data to someone else. Okay, what we are doing with the data, what are the consequences is secondary. But there is a first level compromise and that has happened from the audit firm. I mean to say that is not a good thing to have. No? So for that aspect at least we can start using PDF converter to Power BI for PDF conversion. Okay. Okay. So next maybe we can see Benford. Benford we'll see.
RSF also you can show.
Latest expected. Okay. Highest minus second highest.
First largest minus second largest.
Highest okay.
Iteration.
Okay. So first what we'll do, we will see Benford. We'll go to we can do it in Power Query Editor also, we can do it in Power BI Desktop also, but I will show you in Power BI Desktop.
So have you identified any anomalies using Benford in the real?
Sir, I have identified, but we were not able to actually close that this is the area in which problems. But wherever we have identified anomaly in Benford law, surely had resulted in fraud. But Benford did not say this is the place where fraud is. It may not be there in that number.
It's an indicator.
It's an indicator. Correct. Like for example, every forensic audit we have done and we know that there is a fraud and we have also identified the fraud. Benford had huge outliers. It will be like 3x variance, not 2%, 3%. It will be like 2 times variance. But wherever mostly
in normal companies, even statutory audit where we do, we have a fixed template where Benford is also tested. There it will be same code. At least the shape will come. The concave shape will come. Okay, I will just show you the Benford.
Yes, I have also done. I just wanted to ask you because people may like this.
Yes. So actually, this is the Benford table. Okay, this is the simple table. Okay, there is a formula for doing this. Log 10 of first digit plus something divided by first digit. If you give, this is the frequency, probability frequency that will come as your output. Okay, so if you total as percentage, it will come 100. Generally, probability is shown as 0.3. 0.301 it will be. So the total will be 1. So that is the probability theorem. Okay. So in the ready-made it's available. You can actually type it, or you can do what? Separately put formula and build this table also. So in Power BI, if you want to build the table, what you can do, you can just give enter data. Okay, and you can actually give in the monthly. You can manually enter the data. Let's say you are going to give some report presentation, okay, and you want to give like high, medium, low, or some metrics for ranking, etc. You can actually, instead of writing formula and all, you can just type the, if it's only few numbers, okay, you can type like this using new table. Okay. Now new table will be created. So tables, this is the new table. Actually I can rename the table. Rename. And this is first digit. I put B underscore first digit because this is Benford table first digit. Okay, I will have first digit in my source data also, right? And next thing is I can actually type same way also, or I can put a formula. So now I am going to put a formula. So this is a static data which I am going to refer. So I will be putting a calculated column. So the formula I have.
Enough.
So
is it plus 1 divided by the same?
Yeah. Log 10.
You can zoom it so that that's
Three is that?
now within bracket. Within bracket, yes.
Okay.
B first digit.
B underscore first digit. Plus 1 divided by.
Plus 1 close the bracket divided by the same.
Divided by first digit. So B underscore first digit.
Yes.
So this is the formula. This is the algorithm or theorem that Benford had written. So once you do this, you will get that log table. Okay. So this is the column in Indian actually. So this will be Benford. I call it frequency. Yeah. Okay. So what he is telling is 30% of your data in your complete data set should be starting with digit 1. 17% of your data will start with digit 2. Okay. And only 0.04, other 4% of your data will start with number 9. This is the probability theorem. So now what I have to do, in my source data, I will open my normal table. I will come out of the magnifier. Okay. And we did the first digit, right? First character. Okay. It's a text actually. It's a left aligned, so it is not reading as number. So I am changing it as number. No, it is not that. What happened?
Because minus everything.
Other thing minus is there. Okay. No, but still it will say error, at least it will come down.
Go to column and do it.
Okay, I will do it. Power BI. taken only debit number for ensuring that there is no this thing. So here also if you see it is ABC. Make it into whole number. Okay. And what you can do, any anomalies that you are having, you can actually try to remove here. Or you can just right click and give remove errors. So in case something is not read, it will remove here. And then you give close and apply. So now it became right there. So we need to put a formula. What should be the formula? It should be a measure or calculated formula. We are going to find the same frequency. How many times 1 is appearing in the total data set I need to identify. So for that I should use measure or calculate column. Anyone please answer? Measure. Very good. So we need to create a measure. So what should be a measure? So first I need to count. First I will do count and then count A. Count A1. Inward first digit. Correct answer.
Have you connected this to?
This serial in the column is first digit. This divided by total, I can give the relationship data also, right?
The count. Count is also, count A is actually where? Yes, also.
Count.
If you type first digit.
I will try to type. Okay. First digit. First digit. Divided by எப்படி போட்டுருந்தேன்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கவுண்ட் ஏ போட்டுருந்தேன். Basically you need to identify how many times 1 is coming below. Okay, so I will count A. Divided by count A first digit.
How can function this? Because we are using modified interpretation.
இது count first.
All. When you are using all the filter context will be removed and you will be using the
total. Okay. So we are counting the first character. This is for actually counting only the first digit. Okay. And next we are using count x actually. Actually I was using count A, which was wrong. Count x, so that will give the column part, the row context. When all is filtering all the filters out. Okay. And then I am actually using for which table. So all is a function which will apply for this table. So in the particular table it will remove all the filters. And for the first character it will count the first character count. Okay. So this is the count x function. So x is a
F4. This is like F4 key. That means you are using the entire column.
Entire column. Okay. So, but still I think one more bracket I need to
Zoom it out.
I think it's correct only. It's error from the old thing.
Yes.
Okay. So now we have written a measure for count
What was the measure we wrote? Yeah. So since we didn't name it, it is named as measure itself. So we found it. Benford already I put, so I put just source data frequency. Okay, and I just, we can check it. Always when you write a formula, you check. But first, let's create a relationship. So now we have multiple tables here. So voucher 6 and Benford are the tables that we need to connect.
Sorry, is it audible? Okay. So what we need to do here is, we need to connect the first digit. Okay, Benford's first digit with the first digit, first character, what we have done here. Okay. So what we will do, there are different relationship models. Okay. So directly you can just tag this first digit to first character. It will show me this relationship table. So what it is doing is, first, since I pulled it from Benford, it is taking Benford on top. Okay, whichever I am selecting first will come on top. But the nature of relationship should be one to many or many to one. That is the preferred way of relationship for ensuring data integrity. Why? Because if you have many to many, okay, many iterative functions will have duplication. Okay, and data accuracy of output could be compromised. But let's say you are going to do only for a relative check to ensure data is smooth. Still you can use many to many function. But let's say you are working on some precision calculation. Always you have to ensure one table has only unique items. Else you have to create a unique column. Like for example, in VLOOKUP you used to create unique columns, right? For unique key for VLOOKUP. Same like that you can create here also to ensure at least one table has all unique items. So that you have one to many or many to one. So that will be one will be master table, one will be transaction table. Then you will fetch data. So now it is one to many. Okay. So one to many is already identified. Make this relationship active. So now let's check whether our table has worked. So first digit I am extracting from Benford. Sorry, my column is just. Then we have Benford frequency, and now I have my frequency. Oh, with blanks it put again. We can remove blanks actually. Since I use only debit amount, credit column is showing blanks. Zero. Yeah. So I can filter the 0 for our calculation so that the total is calculated. So now I am actually doing in the source table itself, right? So what you can do alternatively, you can create a separate table with only the amount and Benford table, Benford columns, so that the source data is not getting impacted based on your Benford calculation. Yeah. So now if you see approximately it is actually tallying with Benford. There is not more than 10% variation. Okay. So
number of records are only 40,000.
Yeah.
If you are doing more, you can see.
So same thing you can visualize and see also. So first digit.
What is expected? What is there?
Yeah.
Count the year.
Get the result. Clones are basically, yeah. Okay. So now if you see that bell curve, I would say it's not a bell curve, it's like a parabola. This curve should be there, approximately at least. If the curve is not there, means it is not actually following the Benford pattern. Okay. So, this is the number which is having maximum variation. But this also is not more than 10%, it will be less than 10%. But in clients where you have books really manipulated, it is very likely like one for Benford number is here, but your real number is here. Okay, but it doesn't mean that one only is the manipulated number. Okay, manipulation could be elsewhere. But it's an indicator that the numbers are not following the probability theory. Okay. So, sir, can you take any one example? I will just feedback.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I have one call which is little.
I'll take.
Yeah, thanks.
I use the system.
Yeah, yes.
So, she was telling about this Benford law and how we are using. So, Power BI is a wonderful tool, friends, as I was discussing with people. For the past 4 years, my life is using creating Power BI, dashboarding and all thing. So, Excel also we are using, but Power BI is the most used tool that I am doing. But she is using for audit, I am using for business intelligence. Okay, whatever it is, the name itself is Power BI only. So, we auditors, we can easily identify the problems and all. The advantage of Power BI is number of records. There is no limitation. Crores of records, even SAP data, hundreds of units we are running. That is true. Maybe if what's the time for closer, I don't know. Maybe another 10 or 15 minutes we will try to wind up, because now it is more than 6 hours running. So let me try to tell something about. She was telling about measures and all. So let me try to tell from my perspective, my point of view. So measures are like our real life measures. For example, this is a dimension. So length is a dimension, width is a dimension. Length, if you are measuring by centimeter, width is also you are measuring by centimeter. So if you try to create one scale, that scale can measure any dimension. So that is called measure. That's why it's called measure. So when it is called measure, it can measure any dimension. So for example, what are the dimensions in an organization? How can we call something as a dimension? For example, this paper, how can we make it as a dimension? This comes from the concept of OLAP data cube. OLAP data cube. What is OLAP? Online analytical processing. What is a data cube? Data as a cube, people are saying. Data as a cube. Now this is our data is actually what? Let me show you very simply. Our data is nothing but what? A two-dimensional paper like this. Row is column wise paper. How can you make it as a cube? Only by folding, right? So when I am folding, I can create a cylinder, I can do whatever it is. Whenever I am folding, what happens? A new dimension is formed. Okay? So this side edges. This I can measure. How much is the size? How much is the size like that? So in an organization, any column edge becomes what? A dimension. In any organization, 5 dimensions you can see. Any organization, 5 dimensions. What are the dimensions? Let me tell you. So every company is having a product. So product is a dimension. It is permanent. Anything permanent becomes what? A dimension, which can be measured. So product is a dimension. Petrol pump. You take petrol pump. What is their product? Petrol, diesel. That will never change. Entire life that will not change. That's why product is a function, a dimension. Likewise, customer is a dimension. Place is a dimension. That place will not change. And then we have employee. Employee is a dimension. So the sales, I want to measure by what? Measure by this employee, this particular customer, this product at this place at that time. So 5 dimensions now you have told: time, place, customer, and then the employee, product. So here also we can see so many dimensions. Okay? So anything we can see dimension. So that dimension can be measured by any measure. That's why the name itself is measured. So now she had talked about this Benford's law. Even though Benford's law is for single digits, he was showing. We have gone to the next level. 2 digits are also there. If for Benford's law there are 8 laws. First law, first digit law. Maximum the first digit law is the first law that Benford was founded. After that, people are having the algorithm. As I have told you, hardware is increasing, software is increasing, algorithm is also increasing. 8 laws they have found. Benford first digit, second digit, third digit, first 2 digit, first 3 digits, last 2 digits, summation, second order. 8 laws are there for us.
What is the last one?
Second order. Second order. Okay. Summation also we can see, second order also we can see.
What is the second order?
Second order means first order we are seeing as a first number 1 digit. Okay.
First digit, second digit. What is the last one?
First digit, second digit, third is sir. From that we will be having another this minus this, previous number minus next number. For that, what is the digit? Okay, that's what they are saying. Sir, you make your entire thing in listening answer. Okay?
Understood, but that does not give the correct information. Okay, anyway.
You please see this, second order. Benford second order, if you search, you can see it there. So, all the 8 laws will not be definitely known to the person who is doing the film. And this particular law is made.
Already they have even SAP and other things, they have their own system also. It gives report automatically.
Automatically, yes.
And monthly report also it gives.
Yes.
And also those frauds and also they know the law, they do it according.
Okay, that's correct there. But
they know this, what are the things are there. Accordingly, they pick up.
They will allocate.
The same thing like lottery ticket, gambling, or horses. They will pick up and they will do also.
That's what. That should not be put like this into the system. We should not do it. That is the problem. SAP like that, we should not do it as an auditor.
The fraudulent person also knows this law. They keep this under vouchers. They will do this thing. Today I will do 10, start with 10, 4, like that.
Yes, I can do that. For 10 vouchers, I will take number 1 3 times. Like that, okay. We can do that. It doesn't mean that.
No, 9 vouchers.
Yes.
Benford says 9, 1 to 9.
Yes, sir, 1 to 9 only. That's why first digit, I will take number 1 as 3 times. So like that, 30% of times number 1. Then only 4% of times number 9.
They keep accordingly and they do the mix.
That is why first digit, second digit also we have to do. First 2 digits we have to do. First 3 digits we can do. Last 2 digits how to see. Summation how to see. Second order how to see. So there are some 8 laws are there. All these things we can put together, we can write formulas. Okay? So that is again one time, see, as I have told you, when people are growing, again fraud is also growing. Okay? As I was saying, when we are making some
the suppliers, they do the login, they do this thing. Cotton, they do pick up and other things.
Yes.
If it is the box and which voucher to do it, what we get to take.
Yes, so many things. Okay, so let me now talk about the RSF also, relative size factor.
You said the 8th one is what then?
Second order. Benford's law, second order. Sir, it was working. It is working. It is working. People have proved it. Okay, that's right. Okay, so what we are talking about RSF, relative size factor, is one of the very important tools that we can use it. For example, first largest by second largest. That is a very important tool. We can use even first largest by smallest also. Largest by smallest. So let me tell you the importance. Then we can talk about it. For example, I am going for a bank audit. In the bank audit, one of my bank's customer, that customer is usually getting the agricultural or maybe job loan of 50,000 rupees. He will put the job loan for 50,000, he will take 50,000 loan, then he will repay, he will get the loan, he will repay, he will get the loan. So like that, his capacity is what actually? Only 50,000. But immediately he is getting a loan of 5 lakhs sometime. Only one time. Or maybe 50 lakhs. So now there should be some red flag. One person getting 50 lakh loan, but previously you had got only how much maximum? 50,000 only. When will you get it? If it is a 1 crore records, you are the central bank auditor. Okay? So there are so much of data. From that, how will you find out? That is the concept of relative size factor. First largest amount for that customer divided by the second largest. If it is more than 10 times, there is a problem. Okay? So one person can get a loan for 5 lakh, he can go for 50 lakh. A person going for only 50,000, either he will never get the 50 lakh loan, or those persons who are getting the 50 lakh loan, they will never go for what? 50,000 also. So that is a problem. So that when will you identify? RSF is there. Ledger wise RSF is there. So that is also, as I is saying, RSF. But we can do different kind of RSF. First largest by second largest, first largest by third largest, first largest by smallest. So like that if you are doing, then you will be getting a lot of ideas. So for a particular ledger account, which is the largest, which is the minimum. So you are already done. What is the maximum value? What is the minimum value? Max divided by minimum will be what? The relative size factor. Okay. So like that, once you are creating a measure for maximum, measure for minimum, max divided by minimum can be easily done. Okay. Any measure we can create, and RSF is very simple to calculate. Okay. So like that we can see that in Power BI, n number of activities. Okay. Continuous belief is a wonderful tool. I can say. Yes. So any doubts, please ask. For example, this Power BI report, how can we export to PDF or export to Excel? Export to Excel is any particular visual. For example, this visual I want to export. What can we do? We can just go there and then do what? Just to go here, there is a button. Okay. So there is a button. First button itself is export to. Can you see this? Export to data. So export the data. Immediately it will be saved as a CSV file that can be easily imported to Excel. So any report, any particular report, this report I want, this particular report I want, I can click and then export. So anything in visual form that we can export. So any other options? Please ask. Power BI desktop is entirely free. Anybody can download, anybody can use it. No piracy, nothing. No subscription also required. Always they will be free, they are already told. And Google Data Studio, Tableau, Public, 9, Power BI, all these are free only. For one person usage, Power BI is no problem. If we want to implement for a very big organization only Power BI Premium, Pro, the same report is to be consumed by many people, then only we go. But all our security is very nice. Regional level manager, region wise EXC. Unit level manager, unit wise EXC. CFO, entire data EXC. Such a kind of reports. Same dashboard. Same dashboard, they can see their basically. Daily report. So that's why for Chandra Finance, I think this is the particular tool that we have to learn. That's why in our institute syllabus also they are included in the advanced MP program, in the new syllabus, in the old syllabus. New syllabus until now it is not coming. Maybe books are ready, everything is ready, it will come. It goes. Anyway, my humble request is update yourself in the Excel Power BI. Power BI is also, I have used, I was telling about the AI also, usage of AI. Really amazing. ChatGPT with the Power BI tax measures. I have done a lot of things in the last 2 or 3 years. Extensively using one Power BI. ChatGPT. ChatGPT 4.0 paid version. Something like that. Cloud also is very nice. Cloud or this ChatGPT also. But the only thing is how we are giving the prompt. And unless otherwise you don't know the answer, never go for ChatGPT. So you should be knowing the answer, because ChatGPT will say with 100% confidence the wrong answer that this is the answer. Okay? That's why we should be knowing the answer, but how to get that answer is the problem. So that's why we can ask ChatGPT, write a formula for it. We can easily see the problem. This is the place where you are making the mistake. In that case, it is very nice. And if you are not even knowing the answer, never ask ChatGPT.
Even totals are getting mistakes.
That's all it is, sir. Unless otherwise you know the answer. What is the formula? Don't ask the formula. What is the formula? It will give a formula, but it may be wrong. So you go to Google. This is a bacha, sir. Now only learning. Now only learning. It may take some years.
But for Excel also is there that for
Copilot.
it is paid version.
Any paid version also, sir, it is only growing. Now only growing. Okay.
Mostly we are going for
COGPT is also very nice. COGPT?
They use a proper database.
Yes. Knowledge base. They have added all our journals, all the CA materials they have added.
But the junk journals, that means the wrong journals also loaded.
Which
That's
also?
what I am asking. Meaning, the Johnson committee is getting the wrong information also.
Yeah, definitely, sir. If you are getting wrong information, that also will be learned. But all the CA journals they have added for the last 20 years. Even
CA general leave the CA other information, whatever it is coming,
Yes.
it is like a Google only, like a YouTube only.
Yes. Like a YouTube, not like a YouTube. So system is trying to learn from that and then generating. But if you are giving wrong input, definitely later on.
But if there is the quality control is there, what is the input they are giving?
The quality control is automatically coming. See, system, we are letting the system to understand. Let the system to understand. If 10 people are saying you are saying wrong, it will understand. Oh, what I am saying is wrong. Let me correct myself. Every time it is correcting itself.
There are people who will give the wrong information to say the real thing is wrong also.
Maybe.
Now, it is a very difficult answer.
Yes.
How much we can pay? 50%?
Regarding which subject, that's also. See, for example, for emotional items, there is no emotion for AI, right? In the logical also, you can see coding and all, it is very nice.
We're going for the scientific defense, other things.
It is only a small price, they will never use it. It is only growing. That's why they are giving it for free, so that everybody can use it. They will tell what is wrong, what is
become like a Google.
But it is growing. Slowly it is growing.
Another thing is a good YouTube which we have to watch.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
But it is being recorded, sir.
Yes. No problem.
They have to switch off and you have to get.
Okay. So, boss, can you switch it off?
Yeah, once the meeting is over, they can switch off.
Okay. No problem. So, yes, friends. Any other doubt, friends? I hope we can close this session. Okay. Any feedback? What you have got? Very small audience only. Any feedback of today's program? Today's experience? Okay, try to use it. Okay, anything else?
By scientific days,
Yes.
you made all the people on behalf of everybody else. Don't feel it if I am wrong, very excuse me. Okay. You are making us that we not learn properly. We are not gone through it properly. That's what we are doing.
Sir, I'm the first.
You are all talking about Benford.
Yes.
I see Benford too much and I am fed up also.
Hmm.
Because the other side is super.
Yes.
They are doing the fraud according to the president. They do, they box something, they do, this is the origin, this is the claim, this is the bid. That's what they were doing for a million companies. Now, I'm feeling that this way that we are not learned properly, we are not fit for. That's
No,
what we
it's
are.
not like that.
How do you feel, sir?
We are in the process of grading this, sir.
I have told you on the first stage itself, sir, I am not degrading you. It is about, see, you may be an expert in one place, I may be an expert in one place. We are all trying to learn together, that's all. Learn together. Yes, sir. Yes. Always. We are practicing Charadaman only. There is no practice in the Charadaman. We are always practicing. No problem. Yes. Thank you, friends. Thank you for being with us in this wonderful day. Thank you.